Chapter 279. The light mist within the range of the night holy mountain began to surge violently. The dense golden light mist surged violently within the range of the night holy mountain. The drastic changes immediately shocked all the elders in the holy mountain. What surprised them even more was that the surging light mist slowly rose into the sky and began to hover in a clockwise direction. In just a moment, it formed a huge golden vortex. The range of the night holy mountain was quite vast, and the golden vortex in the sky was almost equal to this vast area. One could imagine how huge its volume was, even from the direction of the Knights Templars of the Dragon resisting Mountain Pass. This magical scene could be seen. A milky white pillar of light shot up into the sky from the core of the sacred mountain of knights. Then, in the majestic aura of holiness, the gigantic throne of the God of eternity and creation appeared out of thin air, set off by the golden vortex. It shone with the brilliance of a supreme divine weapon. The huge throne appeared in the void. The white throne itself released a magnificent 9-colored light. On the back of the throne, there were tiny reliefs, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. At the top, there were the sun, moon, and stars. In the middle, there were birds and beasts, and connected to the throne, there were scenes of nature. On the armrests of the chair, there were statues of a holy dragon and a 12-winged angel. The 9-colored halos being released by the statues were extremely dazzling and eye-catching, and the golden mist of light around them had become pure and transparent under the influence of their auras. Long Houchen's eyes flashed with golden light. His hands made a pulling gesture in the void. Ding! A melodious, crisp sound spread for thousands of miles. The eternal and creative throne of God split in the air, turned into 13 white halos, and swooped down, going straight into the night holy mountain. In front of the eternal zombie hero, a scene that made his soul fire violently beat played out. 13 white halos fell on Long Houchen's body one after another. Those were the 13 eternal stars. There was a massive transparent gem on his chest, a 9-jewel crown on his head, a white mask with golden gemstones for eyes, a massive dragon head on his left shoulder, a 12-winged angel on his right shoulder, and a set of white armor that gave off a supreme aura. The moment they covered Long Houchen's body, Long Houchen's temperament underwent a complete change. In the entire cave, the cold and gloomy aura was swept away, leaving only a faint warmth. At this moment, powerful spiritual power fluctuations awakened in the cave, and pairs of eyes that flickered with different colored soul fires slowly opened. The presence of the throne of God of eternity and creation had awakened them, these eternal heroes who had sacrificed their lives for humanity. The zombie who had been talking to Long Houchen was now completely speechless. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Looking at Long Houchen, his soul fire had been completely replaced by excitement. 13 halos, 13 halos, yes, it's the throne of God of eternity and creation. Really, God, you still care for us humans after all. I've been waiting for this day. I've finally waited for the day that the throne of God of eternity and creation recognizes me as its master. Figures began to appear behind him, and the clusters of soul fires gradually turned from blank to blazing. They had obviously heard the words of the first eternal hero, and had seen the eternal armor on Long Houchen's body with their own eyes. A total of 63 soul fires were immersed in blazing excitement, dark green, colorful, and white. 3 balls of light slowly rotated around Long Houchen. Long Houchen carried the eternal sword on his back and embedded it in the huge pair of wings. Because of the eternal armor, the passageway had become very narrow. His body had also become much taller, especially his pair of wings, which were directly attached to the stone walls on both sides. "Come in, child, come in quickly." The eternal hero zombie, who had been talking to Long Houchen, waved at him eagerly. Long Houchen's figure flashed and entered the cave. The cold aura in the cave had been completely covered by the aura of the throne of God of eternity and creation. When he entered the cave, the whole place was completely illuminated, as if there was an additional sun in this dark world. When Long Houchin saw the situation in the cave clearly, he only felt a wave of pain in his heart. In this cave where 63 eternal heroes of humanity were sleeping, there were only 63 stone coffins. Other than that, there was nothing else. The cave was empty, and the cold aura was emitted from the ground. Although it had been suppressed by the aura of the throne of God of eternity and creation, Long Houchin could still feel it. The heroes who had given everything for humanity were actually sleeping in such a place. Long Houchin was strangely angry. He did not speak, and his lips behind the mask were tightly pursed. Looking at the zombies, the wings on his back slowly spread out. Seniors, my name is Long Houchin. On behalf of the Federation of the Temple, I repent to you. As he said that, he who was wearing the eternal armor left behind by the God of creation actually knelt on both knees and bowed to the 63 undead in front of him. The lustrous, white eternal armor was so holy, and the eternal crown on his head was even more magnificent. However, at this moment, he bowed down to the 63 ancestors. This bow was not for himself, but for all the humans in the Federation. This bow of Long Houchin shocked all the eternal heroes present. They looked at each other, and the heat and the fire of their souls gradually subsided, replaced by confusion and a slight touch. This made a human who had been recognized as the master of the throne of God of eternity and creation actually bowed to them. He was, "Child, what are you doing? Get up." The first eternal hero zombie hurriedly said. He wanted to go forward and help him up, but he could feel the sacred majesty of the eternal armor, so he could only make an empty gesture in the end. Long Houchin slowly raised his head, but he was still kneeling there. The mask on his face popped up, and his eyes were already filled with tears. He said, "Ancestors, seniors, you should accept this bow from me. You should accept the bow of all the humans who are still alive in the Federation. 6,000 years ago, you used your lives as the price to drive away the demons. In order to protect the Federation, you did not hesitate to become the undead and silently slept in this cold crypt for 6,000 years. Although I don't know who made such a decision, as the new president of the Federation, I will never let this situation continue. Humans have let you down." As he said that, he bowed again and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Only then did the 63 eternal heroes understand what Long Houchin meant. For a moment, they all calmed down. A female voice rang out, "This child is really straightforward and adorable. Didn't the person who gave you the key to enter this place tell you that we stayed here voluntarily? Moreover, we also requested for the layout of this place." Long Houchin was taken aback and raised his head. He immediately felt a kind smile from the soul fire of the 63 eternal heroes. "Silly child, get up quickly." The eternal hero, who was the first to talk to Long Houchin, chuckled. Although the muscles on his face did not move because of it, Long Houchin could clearly feel the kindness of all the eternal heroes. Although Long Houchin had made a blunder, he had also moved these ancestors with his true feelings and intentions. Only then did Long Houchin stand up and say a little awkwardly, "I thought, what did you think? Did you think we were completely abandoned?" The previous female voice sounded again, and an eternal hero walked out. When she walked out, the others obviously made way for her. She must have had a high status among this group of eternal heroes. Although she had turned into a zombie, one could still see that this woman was extremely beautiful when she was alive. Her face was not iron gray like most eternal heroes, but pale, extremely pale. However, her skin appeared to be much more elastic, but her blood-red eyes looked very terrifying. This is not only the crypt under the Holy Night Mountain, but also the mouth of an ice spring. We have to make use of the cold here to prevent our bodies from rotting before they are soaked in spiritual power. Every coffin has a small hole that leads to the mouth of the spring to guide the cold air up. Otherwise, when you see us, you won't see a group of zombies. but a group of skeletons. As for other foreign objects, what's the use of them to a group of dead people like us? However, we later discovered that the ice spring's cold chi could also increase our strength and stabilize our soul fire, making it harder for it to extinguish. That's why we've been able to live until now. Although we're about to reach the end, we've managed to persevere for a bit longer. So that's how it is. Only then did Long Haochen understand the mystery of this place. My name is Xu Yong Xiao, and I can be considered the leader of these 63 people. The last time someone came here was 30 years ago. At that time, the little guy named Yang Haohen came here in place of the original temple master and told us what happened outside in the past 30 years. The eternal heroes had now gathered around Long Haochen. Most of them had a good impression of this young man who had inherited the throne of God of eternity and creation. Although Long Haochen had made a mistake with his true nature, he was recognized and not rejected. Naturally, these human ancestors who had just woken up were in a good mood. Long Haochen nodded and told them everything he knew about the Temple League in the past 20 years in detail, especially the last Holy War and the establishment of the new Temple Federation. During that time, Xu Yong Xiao asked several questions, and Long Haochen answered them one by one. Only then did he know that although these ancestors were in deep sleep, they still knew something about the major events that happened on the continent in the past 6,000 years. This was because every few decades, the temple master of the Knights Templars who controlled the Holy Mountain order would come here to bring news of the outside world to them. Good. The Temple Federation is finally a success. It's a pity that we can't leave this place so easily. Otherwise, I would have gone looking for trouble with those little guys. They didn't care about strengthening the alliance for their own interests. At least it's not too late for them to wake up. Xu Yong Xiao was very supportive of the establishment of a new Temple League. From what she said, it seemed that she had already raised similar opinions when Yang Haohen came here 30 years ago. At that moment, an old man came to Xu Yong Xiao's side and said to Long Haochen, "Child, you said that the Knights Templars now have all 6 Knight of the Seal, right?" Long Haochen nodded and said, "Yes. The Knights Templars are now full of talents and should be at their strongest. Including me, all 6 Throne of God have their masters." "Good. That's great." The old man's emotions were clearly somewhat agitated as he said, "Back then, when I decided to gather all of humanity's power to create the 5 divine thrones, I had made a grand promise that when humanity could control all 6 divine thrones one day, it would be a good opportunity for us to launch a counterattack against the demon race. It seems that the heavens have been kind to us, bringing us this good news just as our soul fires were about to dissipate, allowing us to witness the scene of humanity's counterattack at the last moment. It seems that our 6,000 years of slumber underground and waiting have not been in vain." Xu Yong Xiao introduced the old man to Long Haochen. "This is Elder Xiaohua. When the Temple League was first established, he was the first temple master of the Knights Templars. He was also the one who stood against the majority and decided to create the 5 Throne of God. It can be said that he is the true ancestor of the Knights Templars. Elder Xiao has great foresight. Many of his decisions have come true in the future." Long Haochen hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Long Haochen greets the ancestor." Xiaohua said in a deep voice, "Child, I want to hear about your experiences growing up." Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Child, I want to hear about your experiences growing up. Back then, I personally witnessed the divine throne of eternity and creation's power, and I also personally witnessed its descent into the human world. At that time, I said that the existence of this supreme artifact meant that the heavens did not abandon us humans. However, I could never imagine what kind of expert would be able to obtain its recognition. I even thought that its existence was more symbolic than practical. I never thought that there would really be a day when a knight could become its master. I'm very curious about your experiences growing up, and I'm also very curious about how the divine throne of eternity and creation recognized you as its master. Up until now, Long Haochen had not brought up the matter of inviting these eternal heroes to come out of seclusion. These people in front of him were the true heroes of humanity, and they were also the ancestors of the 6 great temple. Before coming here, Yang Haohen had told him that he must first obtain the approval of these eternal heroes before bringing up the matter of inviting them to come out of seclusion. They had been sleeping here for 6,000 years, and no one knew what they thought about coming out of seclusion. At the same time, their emotions could fluctuate very violently, even to the point of being unreasonable. From Yang Haohen's words, Long Haochen could tell that some of the past temple masters of the Knights Templars had definitely suffered losses in front of the eternal heroes. Yang Haohen did not mention the specific situation, but he had always treated these ancestors with a cautious attitude. Until now, he still did not feel that there was anything wrong with these eternal heroes. In fact, what he did not know was that his attitude played a big role. He was different from the previous temple masters of the Knights Templars who came here. To be able to become a Knight of the Seal, the first Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, and the holder of the Holy Mountain Order, one had to be at least 50 or 60 years old. Moreover, in the process of growing up, as their authority gradually increased, they naturally developed the temperament and mentality of a superior. Coming here and hearing the eternal heroes calling them children, and sometimes even reprimanding them without any politeness, they would more or less feel a little repulsed. No matter how respectful they were, they had never put themselves in such a low position like Long Haochen. Long Haochen was different. He was young in the first place, only in his 20s, although he had already taken control of the Temple Federation. He did not have much desire for power and had never given any orders before. In addition, he admired these eternal heroes from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, his sincerity could be said to have surpassed all the previous temple masters of the Knights Templars who came here in the past. Naturally, these eternal heroes had a good impression of him. Yes. After respectfully agreeing, Long Haochen began to narrate the process of his growth. He spoke in great detail about how his father started to teach him, how he increased his strength step by step, how he became a demon hunter, how he led the Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad step by step to accumulate merits, and what kind of opportunities he had to constantly break through. He didn't even conceal the secret of the Tower of Eternity. When he talked about how he died in battle and how Kai, or brought him back to life in the Tower of Eternity, these eternal heroes who had lived for more than 6,000 years couldn't help but be moved. In particular, when they heard the story of Electrolux, they felt much more emotional than the people in the Temple Federation who had seen the video. After all, they had lived in an era very close to the era of Electrolux. How could these ancestors not be emotional when they heard the process and the reason why Electrolux became an undead scourge? Long Haochen did not hide the process of him being acknowledged by the throne of God of eternity and creation. He described the process in great detail, especially how he turned defeat into victory and the battle to become an eternal angel. Son of Light. What a son of light. I haven't exercised for a long time. Young man, would you be willing to spar with me? What Long Haochen didn't expect was that Xiao Hua actually proposed to spar with him after he finished describing the process of the fusion division. Long Haochen subconsciously thought that this was a test from the seniors, so he naturally wouldn't back down. After bowing respectfully to Xiaohua, he said, "Please enlighten me, ancestor." The other eternal heroes slowly retreated to give Long Haochen and Xiaohua enough space. Although the layout of the cave was simple, the area was quite large. It was at least 1/3 the size of the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field. Of course, this area was definitely not enough for experts like Long Haochen and Xiaohua to use. However, since it was just a spar, they would naturally restrain their power and not destroy the place. Long Haochen didn't pull out the eternal sword on his back. Instead, he separated his hands from his body and condensed a huge golden sword that was almost the same size as the eternal sword. Looking at the young man's kind behavior, the eternal heroes watching the battle couldn't help but nod. Xiaohua was very tall, but he also seemed very stiff. When he faced Long Haochen felt as if there was a heavy pressure on his heart. Is this pressure coming from the soul? Long Haochen was shocked. After all, his mental strength had been raised to an extremely powerful level after obtaining the fusion of the throne of God of eternity and creation and Yi Xiaolei, the spirit of God. Even if he couldn't compete with the demon emperor, he was definitely the #1 human. However, in front of Xiaohua, his mental strength didn't have the upper hand at all. Instead, it was being suppressed. However, Long Haochen was Long Haochen after all. After a short moment of surprise, he already understood. Xiaohua's soul power might not be stronger than his, but the purity of his soul fire meant that there were no impurities in his soul. Moreover, soul power was the core power of the undead, which put him at a disadvantage. However, Xiaohua couldn't cause any harm to him with just his soul power. At this moment, Xiaohua's dull eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 stars that suddenly appeared. It was a clear and bright gold. Long Haochen was shocked to find that in terms of the purity of the light attribute, this ancestor of the Knights Templars was not inferior to him at all. What shocked him even more was that when Xiaohua's eyes lit up, his chest also lit up with a golden light. The color of the golden light was even brighter. Then a golden liquid flowed out of his chest and quickly covered his whole body. The golden liquid was thick and bright. Wherever it went, all the aura of the undead was completely covered up. A pure and strong light attribute aura burst out of his body like a geyser. Under the effect of the golden liquid, Xiaohua's body emitted a faint layer of light mist, releasing spiritual power in liquid form. Long Haochen didn't know what level of cultivation was needed to achieve this, but with his current level of rank 9 5th, he couldn't do it. He could instantly form spiritual power outside his body, condense it into armor, and condense it into the 2 swords in his hands. But he couldn't do it in the form of a liquid. Even if it was a simulation, it definitely didn't feel so real. The golden liquid quickly flowed through Xiaohua's body, and he instantly turned into a golden man. Then, the liquid began to have a molding effect, and a simple and unadorned golden armor wrapped around Xiaohua. Fine gold foundation armor. Long Haochen suddenly understood why he felt such a strong sense of familiarity when he looked at this armor. Wasn't the armor that Xiaohua formed with the release of liquid spiritual power similar to the fine gold foundation armor? There was no doubt that the existence of the fine gold foundation armor was related to this ancestor. The liquid flowed, and 2 giant golden swords appeared in Xiaohua's hands. Compared to the 2 swords condensed by Long Haochen's spiritual power, Xiaoping's swords were dark gold, and his aura was completely restrained. When the 2 swords were formed, even the light aura released from his body was completely restrained, as if it was just a metal armor and had nothing to do with spiritual power. But when the light aura was restrained, Long Haochen clearly felt that Xiaohua had become even more terrifying. He even felt a bit like when he faced the demon emperor. The power of this ancestor seemed to be above that of the undead Judgment Knight. You have to go all out. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Long Haochen's ears, and then he moved. Although he was an ancestor, he had no intention of being modest. With a flash of golden light, the 2 swords in his hands crisscrossed, and the dark golden light of the cross almost instantly arrived in front of Long Haochen. With Long Haochen's rich combat experience, he reacted the moment Xiaohua's body moved. His left foot took half a step back, and at the same time, the sword in his right hand slashed forward. Xiaohua's cross slash seemed to be delivered right in front of him, and his sword slashed at the core of Xiaohua's cross slash. A golden light as bright as the sun shone from the sword in Long Haochen's right hand. Glorious Sun Slash, a rank 4 knight skill. Golden light intersected in the air. Long Haochen did not retreat. When the cross slash was broken, the sword in his left hand had already stabbed out. His first move was his original demon-killing flash. Thousands of sword shadows vibrated at a special frequency, like a golden light mist covering Xiaohua There was no ear-piercing sound, and each sword was like a pure ray of light. Among the eternal heroes watching the battle, many people nodded secretly. From Long Hao-Chen's smooth movements and this self-created skill, they could feel the excellence of this young man. His achievements were supported by real ability. Xiaohua's movements seemed to be a little slow. Faced with the envelopment of the demon-killing flash, he seemed to be unable to dodge. The two swords in his hands that had just executed the cross/slash made a strange posture in front of him. Just as his posture was completed, the demon-killing flash arrived. Although Long Hao-Chen did not have a powerful weapon in his hands, the demon-killing flash was a combination of his lightning thrust and his original ripple of light. How powerful was the attack power of a rank 9 cultivation base? However, all the golden light disappeared silently when it approached within a foot of Xiaohua. There was not even a single ripple. It was ineffective. What surprised Long Hao-Chen the most was that he found that his attack did not even feel like it had touched his opponent. What kind of power was this? Was it a domain? When he thought of the word domain, Long Hao-Chen's own light god domain was released subconsciously. A soft golden light instantly enveloped the battlefield where he and Xiaohua were. Following the recent series of high-intensity battles, Long Hao-Chen's control over his light god domain had also become stronger. The power of his light god domain did not decrease, but it did not affect the other eternal heroes around him at all. The light god domain could be said to be the nemesis of all light attribute bandits. In Long Hao-Chen's opinion, once he used his domain, in addition to the enhancement of the eternal and creation throne of God, he should be able to gain the upper hand. At the very least, he should be able to force Xiaohua to use some powerful abilities in order to turn the situation around. However, he realized that he was wrong. When the light god domain collided with Xiaohua's body, Long Hao-Chen almost cried out in shock. His domain had lost its effect. Yes, in front of Xiaohua, the light god domain had completely lost its effect. Only the golden light could be seen flowing, and Xiaohua was like a solid boulder in a torrent, unmoving. Meanwhile, the power of Long Hao-Chen's light god domain was like a ripple that slid past his body. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was in a strange posture, launched his second attack. What Long Hao-Chen saw was a giant golden eye. The moment Xiaohua launched his attack, his entire body disappeared. Then, an irresistible force appeared in front of him. In an instant, Long Hao-Chen felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Countless golden lights rippled on the eternal armor, and each golden light gave him a slight stab of pain. These thousands of lights covered almost every inch of his body, but he had no way of resisting. When he waved his two swords, no matter how much spiritual power burst out, it was completely useless against the giant golden eye. It was as if his spiritual power and his own ability had completely lost its effect at this moment. Boom! Long Hao-Chen's body flew far away, as if he had been blasted away by the giant golden eye's gaze. He hit a stone wall in the distance and slowly slid to the ground. The giant golden eye disappeared and Xiaohua reappeared. He was still wearing the same golden armor, and the two swords in his hands emitted a faint golden mist. Is that all you've got? Do you really think you can fight against the Demon Emperor with just this? Xiaohua's voice was very calm and emotionless, but in Long Hao-Chen's ears it made his face burn. The attack just now hadn't caused any harm to him, because the impact of the thousands of golden lights landing on his body wasn't strong. Coupled with the powerful defense of the eternal armor, he had only been sent flying. However, Long Hao-Chen's body wasn't injured, but his heart felt a sharp pain. Ever since he obtained the divine throne with the divine seal of creation and Haoyue's evolution, he felt that he already had the ability to fight against the demon god emperor. This was also the reason why he was full of confidence in presiding over the Federation's conference, wanting to have a decisive battle with the demon god emperor. However, the scene in front of him was like a slap to his face, waking him up from his confidence. He had no idea how he had lost, and he didn't understand why the two swords in his hands, his spiritual power, and the light god domain had all lost their effect. Could it be that the ancestor opposite him was immune to light-type abilities? Long Haochen slowly got up from the ground and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing there. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he slowly raised his two swords and said respectfully, "Ancestor, please give me some pointers." He had to get up from where he fell. Only in battle could he truly feel the reason for his failure. Tenacity occupied a large part of his character. Although he was easily defeated by Xiaohua, the emotion that appeared in his heart wasn't discouraged, but vigilance. There was no doubt that the demon emperor was stronger than the ancestor in front of him. If he couldn't even resist the ancestor's attack, then what chance did he have of winning against the demon emperor? Where was the problem? He could only find the answer from himself. He didn't even think about using Haoyue's power here. Haoyue was strong, but if he wasn't strong enough, how could he cooperate with Haoyue and fight against the demon emperor? Xiaohu didn't say anything. He just slowly raised the two swords in his hands and returned to his previous posture. His body still didn't emit any light attribute aura. This time, Long Haochen directly mobilized the divine light domain. Rich light elements gradually appeared around his body with a 9-colored golden light. This was the effect of the combination of the eternal domain and the divine light domain. After the lustrous white eternal domain and the clear golden divine light domain combined, 9 colors appeared. The golden color was mixed with the eternal white, and the aura seemed to be restrained. It was no longer as strong, but the eternal heroes watching the battle could clearly feel a huge pressure coming from Long Haochen's body. The weaker eternal heroes retreated a little further, while Xu Yongxiao's blood-red eyes flickered with a strange light. He was obviously very interested in the changes in Long Haochen's domain. The 9-colored golden light revolved rapidly around Long Haochen's body. He directly used his domain skill, the divine light waltz. After a brief moment of thought, Long Haochen understood that the reason for his failure was that his domain had failed. He didn't know why his domain had failed, but he had to find the reason in his domain. Otherwise, he still wouldn't be able to resist Xiaohua's attack. Therefore, this time, he raised the power of his domain to the extreme and activated the power of the eternal and creation throne of God to fuse it. He wanted to explore the mysteries of his opponent's domain through an even more powerful domain. Long Haochen's movements were very slow. He urged the divine light waltz to slowly approach Xiaohua. The reason why he slowed down was because he wanted to see his opponent's movements more clearly and also to give Xiaohua enough time to react. He didn't want to hurt this ancestor. However, Xiaohua still stood there motionlessly and maintained that strange posture. His posture looked very simple. He stood with his left leg still and took half a step forward with his right leg. The tip of his foot touched the ground and his knee was bent. The sword in his left hand was placed in front of his abdomen, and the sword in his right was placed in front of his chest. Both swords were pointed outwards. The divine light waltz was getting closer and closer. The power of a domain skill was not something that a simple domain could compare to. Moreover, this time, Long Haochen's domain had almost doubled. Long Haochen had already opened his perception to the maximum. He could even clearly sense the slightest change in spiritual power. The divine light waltz was already in front of Xiaohua. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Long Haochen noticed a strange change. Xiaohua's figure suddenly became illusory. It was as if his body was rippling with light and trembling at a strange frequency for a moment. In the next moment, the divine light waltz slowly spread out to the sides of foot in front of him. However, this time, it did not completely slide away. Instead, it blocked Xiaohua's body. Before Long Haochen could feel joy in his heart, Xiaohua moved again. His figure disappeared in an instant, and the golden eye appeared again. However, this time, the golden eye appeared directly above the divine light waltz. An indescribable force pressed down on the core of the divine light waltz, suppressing the might of the domain skill. Immediately afterward, the huge golden eye opened. Chapter 280. The exact same situation as before occurred, but this time the impact was even heavier. Amidst the concentrated and ear-piercing collision sounds, Long Houchen's body was once again sent flying backwards, crashing into the cave wall. Even the place where he hit was exactly the same as before. His body slowly slid down. This time, Long Houchen did not immediately stand up after falling to the ground. Instead, he sat there motionlessly. Xiaohu did not make a sound either. After he floated down to the ground, he just stood there quietly. His hands were still in the same posture as before. The Eternal Heroes' gazes fell on Long Houchen. They had long been used to loneliness. So what was a short wait compared to this? Night's Holy Mountain Core Matrix. Kai, whispered to Yang Haohen. Grandfather Yang, why is there still no news from Houchen? Just now, he triggered the eternal and creative throne of God. Will something happen to him? Those ancestors. Yang Haohen smiled and said, Don't worry, Houchen has the Holy Mountain order. No matter what, the ancestors won't do anything to him. As for him releasing the eternal and creative throne of God just now, it might be because the ancestors are curious about this throne of God. After all, this is the first time that we humans can use the power of this throne of God. If it was me, I would also want to see what this throne of God looks like. Don't worry, wait slowly. Don't you believe in Houchen's ability to handle things? Kai nodded her head and said with a sweet smile, I was just too concerned and confused. As she spoke, she simply sat down and focused on cultivating. At the same time, she focused her mind to feel all the changes in the surrounding spiritual power. In the depths of the cave, Long Houchen had been sitting there silently for 15 minutes. The entire cave was extremely quiet. If it wasn't for Long Houchen's eternal armor and Xiaohua's liquid golden armor, the cave would be the same as before. Suddenly, without any warning, Long Houchen jumped up from the ground and said, Ancestor, I understand. Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he calmly said, What do you understand? Long Houchen said, It's a domain. You use the power of your domain to break my domain. It's not because my domain is too weak, but because you made your own domain stronger. Xiaohua's entire body was covered in armor. In addition, he was a zombie, so his expression naturally didn't change. He said, It's useless to say it. You have to do it. Can you do it? Long Houchen said, I want to try. Ancestor, please give me some pointers. As he spoke, he raised the two swords in his hands again and looked at Xiaohua. He took a deep breath and slowly released the light God's domain. However, the process was very slow. Moreover, this time, Long Houchen didn't use the power of the eternal domain in the throne of God of eternity and creation. He simply released the light God's domain. The clear golden domain gradually turned colorful and then maintained an area of about 30 centimeters in front of Long Houchen. On Long Houchen's chest, a green light mixed with gold began to appear. Every eternal hero around him could clearly hear his heartbeat. The colorful light God's domain began to look misty. Then it became illusory, and the amount of light it emitted from Long Houchen's body became thinner and thinner. It was as if it was gradually compressing towards Long Houchen's body. Under the influence of the light God's domain, the eternal armor gradually turned into a rainbow gold color, and the illusory feeling became stronger. After fighting with Xiaohua twice, Long Houchen relied on his powerful insight and careful observation to finally understand. At the same time, he also understood that Xiaohua's proposal to spar with him was not only to test his strength, but also to impart some of his thousands of years of combat experience. Why was Xiaohua not affected by the light God's domain's restrictions on the light attribute and even made his domain power ineffective? After 2 failures, Long Houchen gradually found a reason. The reason was that the domain was him. Rank 9 level 5 was just the time when he could use the domain for himself. Xiaohu was teaching him how to truly use the domain for himself. The domain for himself was not only to better integrate the domain with himself, but also to completely integrate himself into the domain and form a whole. The level of Xiaohua's domain was definitely not as high as Long Haochen's light God's domain. However, he relied on the perfect integration between himself and the domain, turning the domain into his body and his body into the domain. This made up for the difference in the level of their domains. In addition, he had completely restrained the domain within his body. Although Long Haochen's domain was powerful, it also covered a small area. During the process of collision, the domain would naturally disperse. On the other hand, Xiaohua's domain could be said to be extremely condensed and smelted. During the collision, although Long Haochen's domain had the upper hand, it was completely suppressed within the area of contact. Hence, a situation similar to the domain's failure occurred. The real situation was that within the area of contact between the light God's domain and Xiaohua's domain, the light God's domain was completely suppressed and repelled. During the second clash, Long Haochen mobilized the eternal domain to fuse with the domain and activated the domain's skill Divine Light Waltz, greatly increasing the strength of his domain. This time, even though Xiaohua's domain had been pushed to its limits, it could no longer cause Long Haochen's domain to fail like before. However, the Divine Light Waltz was still unable to suppress him. Relying on the perfect domain for himself, he easily broke away from the attack of Long Haochen's domain and sent Long Haochen flying once again. At this moment, Long Haochen was imitating Xiaohua's state. Although Xiaohua looked calm, he was secretly praising Long Haochen inwardly. Long Haochen's talent was really too good. He could comprehend what he wanted to teach him in such a short period of time. This kind of comprehension was something he had never seen before in his life. He was definitely worth teaching. What made him a little jealous was that Long Haochen had the protection of the eternal and creator throne of God, truly completing the fusion of the domain, and as the domain was actually very dangerous. If he was not careful, he could be injured by the domain or destroy the structure of the domain. In serious cases, it could even lead to a drop in his cultivation. However, Long Haochen had the protection of the eternal and creator throne of God, so he did not need to consider these problems at all. He only needed to try to fuse with the domain. He did not need to be afraid of the backlash from the domain. In this way, his comprehension was naturally much easier than Xiaohua's. What Xiaohua did not know was that even without the eternal armor, Long Haochen did not need to worry about any problems at all. He had the physique of the God of Light. In a sense, his body could even be called the purest light element. How could he suffer from the backlash of the light attribute domain? The rainbow color gradually faded from Long Haochen's body. He was clearly struggling, so much so that his body swayed slightly. However, the rainbow color did not rebound. This meant that Long Haochen had absolute control over his own domain, which was also a characteristic of powerful mental strength. Finally, when the last bit of rainbow color completely disappeared from the surface of his body, Long Haochen's body trembled slightly. He felt like he had been reborn. In an instant, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 times. The domain had completely become a part of his body and power. It was no longer just an ability. The domain was him, and he was the domain. The 2 golden swords in his hands had unknowingly turned into a rainbow gold that looked like a divine artifact. Senior, Long Haochen had just opened his mouth, but he was interrupted by Xiaohua. You still can't win. The golden eye appeared again. This time, it appeared faster than the previous 2 times. The moment the golden eye opened, Long Haochen felt a tightness in his chest. Then his body hit the wall behind him again. At the same time, the eternal armor let out a strong buzz. The 3 balls of light surrounding his body quickly gathered at his chest, emitting a gentle halo that stabilized the fluctuations of the eternal armor. What a terrifying attack power! In that instant, Long Haochen even felt as if the eternal armor was about to collapse. Of course, this was just a feeling. He had already comprehended the domain as himself, but he still could not block Xiao Hua's attack. This time, Long Haochen was completely at a loss. Do you think that when your cultivation reaches a certain level, skills are no longer important? Xiao Hua said calmly. Long Haochen crawled up from the ground. As he adjusted his body, he let out a breath that had been stifled in his chest. Only then did he feel a little better. He nodded subconsciously and said, when your cultivation reaches the 9th order, the power of your skills is completely determined by your own ability. Even a low-level skill can be used with great power. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, you're wrong. Your understanding is because you don't have a truly powerful skill. A truly powerful skill requires the perfect use of one's own strength to erupt with power that far exceeds one's cultivation. I can only say that the skills you've learned before are not truly suitable for 9th order powerhouses, let alone 9th order level 5 and above. However, you can't be blamed for this. After all, among us humans, there are very few people who can reach 9th order level 5 and above. Long Haochen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, what you used just now, was that powerful skill? Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, the skill I used just now is called Brahma's Eye. It is the first form of my Brahma's 3 stances. I'm already old. And this is something that I've created after thousands of years of constant experimentation and feeling the might of heaven and earth. If you're interested, you can learn from me. If you can find another divine sword of the same quality as the eternal sword on your back, then I believe that my Brahma's 3 stances will definitely be able to display its greatest power in your hands. After all, I'm already an undead. In my hands, the Brahma's 3 stances will only be buried. At the end of his words, his emotions seemed a little gloomy, but his confidence in the Brahma's 3 stances was something that every powerhouse present could clearly sense. Hearing this, Long Haochen was overjoyed and did not hesitate to kneel in front of Xiao Hua and said, thank you, Senior, for your help. He had personally experienced the power of the Brahma's Eye, and no matter how he probed, he could not sense the essence of it, unless he used the Eternal Sword to activate the 3 Eternal Swords. Then there was a possibility of resisting it. However, in a sense, the 3 Eternal Swords were a skill that came with the equipment of the Eternal and Creation Throne of God, and did not belong to Long Haochen. Since the Brahma's 3 stances that Xiao Hua created was comparable to the 3 Eternal Swords, its power could be seen. This was not as simple as a skill. As the saying goes, if you understand one thing, you will understand 100 things. With Long Haochen's comprehension, if he could learn the Brahma's 3 stances, it would definitely be immeasurable for his future cultivation. Whether it was in terms of the use of spiritual power or the domain, there would definitely be a qualitative leap. As for the 2 divine swords, it was true that the Eternal Sword's quality was so high that it was probably impossible to find a second one in the entire human world. However, don't forget that he still had the Haoyue. The Haoyue had already successfully evolved into the purple-gold Haoyue sword. If it were to transform for Long Haochen into the purple-gold Haoyue sword, its quality would probably not be much worse than the Eternal Sword. Using the 2 divine swords to perform the Brahma's 3 stances, Long Haochen seemed to have already seen the scene of him fighting with the Demon Emperor. Get up. Before I teach you the Brahma's 3 stances, you should also tell us why you are here this time. Xiao Hua asked. Long Haochen said, because the Demon Emperor found out that I am not dead, it is very likely that he will launch another holy war in a short period of time, and this time the demons will come with all their strength. The heaven-defying demon dragon clan, moon devils, and star demons will all join the holy war. After the last holy war, the Federation's vitality was greatly damaged. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, we are indeed inferior to the demons. Therefore, after some discussion, we hope to ask the ancestors to come out. Hearing him say this, the eternal heroes present could not help but have a strange light in their eyes. Shu Yong Shao murmured, is it finally time to use us? Long Haochen continued, ancestors, please rest assured. We have already discussed it, We will clear the ancestors' names in the Federation and let all the people of the Federation know what you have done for the Federation. The effect of the magic video was better than expected, which also gave the Federation more confidence to announce the deeds of the Eternal Heroes. There's no need, Xiao was said indifferently. If we covet this name, we would not have chosen to become the undead and silently slept here for so long. Thousands of years have passed. Can we still not see through this? There is no problem with fighting, but we still ask the Federation not to announce our existence. We also have our own ways to hide our identity. Indeed, he was wearing golden armor and exuded the aura of light. How could they tell that he was the undead? Long Haochen was just about to say something when Shu Yong Xiao also nodded and said, "Elder Xiao is right. We don't care about our reputation in the secular world at all, but..." Chapter 281. Shu Yong Xiao paused and looked at Long Haochen from head to toe. A glint flashed in his blood-red eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. But what? "Senior, please instruct me," Long Haochen quickly said. Shu Yong Xiao said, "These past few years, in order to survive longer apart from listening to the news from your night temple once every few decades, we have almost completely lost contact with the outside world. This time, I'm afraid that this will be our last time. And for these thousands of years, apart from sleeping, each of us has gained some enlightenment and more or less have some unique skills. I hope that the Federation can choose a batch of outstanding youths for us to pass on our abilities. They don't need to take us as their master, but we request that these youths have to have a high level of comprehension and a good temperament. I don't care about the others, but at the very least, you must find me someone who is not inferior to you." This, Long Haochen pondered for a moment, then said with some difficulty, "If the ancestors are willing to pass on their skills, this is a good thing for the Alliance. I will raise both hands in approval. However, if you want to find someone like me, it might be a little difficult." Long Haochen wasn't being arrogant. In terms of talent, who in the Temple Federation could compare to him? His innate internal spiritual force was as high as 120, and he had the light god's physique. Xiao Hu chuckled and said, "Child, you've been tricked. Shu Yong Xiao obviously has his eyes on the little girlfriend you mentioned just now. He's afraid that others will snatch her away. That's why he said it so quickly. She is the first-generation assassin temple master." Long Haochen came to a sudden realization. He scratched his head and said, is definitely not a problem. She will be very willing to learn from you." Shu Yong Xiao turned around and looked at the group of eternal heroes. He chuckled and said, "Did you hear that? None of you are allowed to snatch her away from me. Let's not talk about that girl's talent. Just her temperament alone is enough for me to take her. Xiaolong, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Another old voice sounded. An old man took a few steps forward and said, "Elder Xiao and Temple Master Shu have already snatched the best. I don't ask for much. Just find an inheritor from the light of dawn monster hunters that you mentioned." Just as Long Haochen was about to agree, the eternal heroes in the surroundings swarmed around him, surrounding him in the center. The previously incomparably calm seniors were now all impatiently talking at once, their primary target being the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad. Where else can I find such geniuses? I'm afraid that even if I searched the entire Temple League, I wouldn't be able to find one. Xiao Hua's action immediately made them realize that Shu Yongxiao's reaction was the fastest, but the others weren't slow either. Although these eternal heroes were led by Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao, when it came to finding an inheritor, none of them gave way. Not only did they surround Long Haochen in the middle, but they were also getting more and more agitated, as if they were about to start fighting. Seniors, please listen to me." Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Long Haochen hurriedly said loudly. At the same time, the eternal armor on his body emitted a layer of white eternal light, causing every eternal hero to wake up a little from the strange spiritual energy fluctuations. The 60-odd eternal heroes temporarily quietened down, but their fervent gazes were all focused on Long Houchen, waiting for Long Houchen to give them an explanation. Long Houchen said earnestly, "Ancestors, I can understand your feelings. Don't be anxious. Perhaps it's because it's time for us humans and the demons to decide the final victory. In recent years, the Federation has indeed eliminated many outstanding young talents. Ancestors, rest assured, I promise you that I will find 100 inheritors below the age of 40, whose cultivation is above the 8th order. The members of the Glimmer of Dawn Monster Hunters will all be among them. As for the final choice, I believe that this should depend on fate. Why don't we let all of you try to castrate them together? I won't tell you the abilities of the inheritors in advance. We'll just separate them according to their occupations, and whichever senior catches one will be able to pick the disciple they like until all of the seniors have picked one. What do you think? These eternal heroes were all Type 9 powerhouses when they were alive. Other than Xiaohua and Shuyong Xiao, the rest were about the same in terms of cultivation. Everyone knew that if they really fought, it would be a mess, and no one would be able to convince the others. Long Houchen's method was considered fair, and everyone nodded in agreement. Only then did the chaos in front of them dissipate. Long Houchen then said, "Since the ancestors have agreed to come out with this junior, I wonder if the ancestors have any requests? This junior will also be able to prepare for the ancestors." After all, these eternal heroes had not left this place for thousands of years. He didn't know if they could adapt to the outside world, or if they needed anything. So he asked this question. Shuyong Xiao replied, "Don't worry, we're not that weak. Everyone prepare a cloak for us. That's enough. As for our identities, just tell others that we're your personal guards." Long Houchen anxiously said, "How can we do that, ancestors?" Xiaohua raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "Let's put it this way. We have already existed in this world for more than 6,000 years. Reputation is not important. As long as we achieve our goal, it is enough. However, we are still very grateful that you are thinking for us and willing to help us clear our name. As long as you can lead the Federation to completely repel the demon race in the future and return the great land to us humans, we will be satisfied. This is also our only request. From you, we have finally seen that hope." Long Houchen said, "Ancestor, this junior is ashamed." Xiaohua laughed and said, "No need to be humble. If you only had that bit of ability when you fought against me just now, would you be able to become the Federation chairman? Back then, I've personally seen the power of the eternal and creator throne of God. Even your domain shouldn't have been used to its fullest. Go and prepare first. After we leave, I'll be by your side for a period of time until you've completely mastered the Brahma 3 styles." "Yes," Long Houchen replied respectfully. Shuyong Xiao said, "Wait a minute, Xiaolong, you still need to know the overall strength of us 63 old farts, so that you can arrange us in the battle against the demons. Old Xiao and I are 7th order, 9th order, and among the rest there are 16 5th order, 9th order elders and above. The rest are 3rd order, 9th order elders and above. You just need to know." Long Houchen was really shocked. The entire Temple Federation might not be able to gather 63 experts above the 3rd level of the 9th order, not to mention that there were 16 experts at the 5th level of the 9th order and 2 experts at the 7th level of the 9th order. This force could at least offset the threat of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Clan, the top race of the Demon Clan. It could be said that with the support of the Eternal Hero, humans not only had the confidence to fight against the Demon Clan, but also had at least 20% more chance of winning. Leaving the cave, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Holy Mountain token and returned to the core array formation. As soon as he came out, Kai immediately woke up from her cultivation. Long Houchen had to face a group of powerhouses of the 9th step, so it would be strange if she could really stabilize her cultivation. She basically couldn't even enter a meditative state. Seeing that Long Houchen had returned unscathed, she finally relaxed. Long Houchen summarized the harvest of this trip and Yang Haohen couldn't help but be overjoyed. It could be said that Long Haochen's harvest this time was extremely huge. Not only did he get the recognition of the Eternal Hero and agreed to fight, but he also got the good news that the Eternal Hero was willing to teach him his unique skills. Long Haochen wasn't clear about the class distribution of the Eternal Heroes, but Yang Haohen was very clear. Among the 63 Eternal Heroes, 1/3 of them were knight. As for experts of the 8th order and above, under the age of 40, although it was difficult to find, the Knights Templars was the head of the 6th Great Temple. Just the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters alone had 5 knights. Adding Lin Xin and the other outstanding young knights, it was not a problem to inherit the Eternal Hero's unique skills. The other 5 great temples also shared the reign and do equally. Naturally, it was good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Yang Haohen left Long Haochen to wait at the holy mountain of the Knight Templars. He returned to the dragon-resisting mountain as fast as he could, and in less than half a day, brand new clothes and cloak were shipped over. The clothes and cloak were all made of the best silk. Not only were they tough, but they were also warm in winter and cool in summer. They were especially good for maintaining body temperature, and the same was true for the cloak. The clothes and cloak were all embroidered with thin golden threads. It was not obvious in the room, but when the sun shone, it would emit a faint golden light, giving it a low-key, luxurious feeling. Long Haochen brought the clothes and cloak into the catacombs again and distributed them to the Eternal Heroes. Only then did the 63 experts follow him and leave the catacombs through 4 teleportations. Standing at the core of the holy mountain of the Knight Templars, all the Eternal Heroes fell into silence, feeling the rich light elements here and the light that made them a little uncomfortable. Their mood changed even more violently. After sleeping for thousands of years, they were finally going to leave. Moreover, this time it was very likely that they would never be able to return here again. Even if their minds had been settled for thousands of years, it was impossible to say that there was no change in them. Xiao, who had told Long Haochen that they needed a certain amount of time to adapt to the air and elemental fluctuations of the outside world. They decided to stay in the holy mountain of the Knight Templars for 3 days. After 3 days, they would go to the dragon-resisting mountain to meet up with Long Haochen. The demon army could be mobilized at any time. As the president of the Federation, Long Haochen could not keep waiting here. The plan on how to fight against the demons had not been formulated yet. He must immediately return to the dragon-resisting mountain to discuss the countermeasures. Elder Xiao, the situation is like this. We can't predict where the demons will attack from now on. If the demons concentrate their full strength on one point this time, not only will it be difficult for us to resist, but it will also be difficult for us to predict where the demons will appear. I must rush back as soon as possible. The demons have mobilized their full strength this time. Our spies and the demons have been wiped out on a large scale, so the information that can be sent back is very limited. At Xiaohua's request, Long Haochen no longer called him ancestor, but Elder Xiao. After listening to Long Haochen's words, Xiaohu pondered for a moment and said, "The problem you mentioned is indeed very serious. If we can't prepare in advance, facing the demon army led by more than 50 demon gods, no fortress in the Federation can stop it. However, I think your thinking has gone into a mistake." "Huh." Long Haochen looked at Xiaohua in surprise and said, "Please enlighten me, Elder Xiao." Although Xiaohua had been in a deep sleep for thousands of years, he was, after all, the first-generation temple master of the Knights Templars. At the most critical moment when humanity was facing the pressure of the demons and was about to collapse, he was able to work together with several other temple masters to form the Temple League to fight against the demons. In the end, he was able to preserve humanity's last place of survival. In terms of war experience, even 10 Long Haochen could not compare to this ancestor. Xiaohua said, "The mistake you have gone into is the word defense. If you change your way of thinking, perhaps you can suddenly see the light. That's right, it is very difficult for us to block the attack of the demons with pure defense. Even if we can know the demons' movements, their army is alive. What if they suddenly change their attack route? Or suddenly split into two? How can we carry out our defense? In the Federation, we can only move around tirelessly. In this case, before the war even started, we have completely fallen into the rhythm of the demons. It can be said that we have lost half of the war before the war even started. Do you know why the demons never attacked us with full force before? After a pause, Xiao said coldly, "That's because the demons are unwilling to destroy us all. Back then, if the demons were really bent on destroying us, even if we formed the Temple League and gathered the last of humanity's strength, we would not be able to compete with the demons. In the end, the key reason why we were able to survive was not because we were strong enough, but because the demons went easy on us. In fact, the demons did not dare to completely destroy us humans from this world. They were not even willing to completely rule us. This has to be explained from the nature of the demons." Long Haochen listened to Xiao's narration very carefully. This ancestor had completely experienced everything when the demons first came to the Holy Demon Continent, and he had personally fought against the demon army. His experience was too valuable for Long Haochen. The space ruptured, and the 72 demon god pillars of the demons descended, bringing a terrible plague to the Holy Demon Continent. At that time, humans had just ended the war with the undead calamity Electrolux, and it had only been 200 years. Because of the horror of the undead, more than a quarter of the continent was originally run amok by the undead. We were gradually clearing them out and gradually unifying the continent. At that time, the vitality of humans was far from recovering, and at the same time, the two countries were busy fighting for territory. The 72 demon god pillars of the demons descended only within one country and did not involve the other. At that time, the power of the brilliant Vatican had been weakened to a very low level due to the attack of the undead calamity, Electrolux. Therefore, the entire continent did not have a unified voice. Here, I have to say that the disaster that Electrolux brought to humanity was completely destroyed by him, and one of the three great empires was completely destroyed by him. In addition, he almost destroyed the brilliant Vatican, which gave the demons the opportunity to take advantage of. The 72 demon god pillars descended in that almost intact country. Although they were also affected by the undead calamity, their strength was relatively preserved. At that time, this relatively intact country was ambitiously waging war against the crippled country, attempting to invade it and unify the entire continent. With this background, when the demons' 72 demon god pillars first descended, the weaker country even thought that it was God's blessing for them. You can imagine, how could the two great empires work together? Even the great country that was descended by the demon god pillars didn't take the existence of the demon god pillars seriously in the beginning. It wasn't until the plague spread at an alarming speed and turned all the races into demons that they began to attack and occupy cities. When the terrifying power of the 72 demon god pillars was fully displayed, they realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late by then. In addition, the weaker country took the opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack. It could be said that humanity destroyed itself. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, the strongest human empire was destroyed. By the time the weaker country realized the horror of the demons, it was already too late. The demons had already grown. Not only did they occupy the entire area of the great country, they also began to launch a strong attack on the smaller countries. Even though thousands of years had passed, Xiao still looked distressed when he said this. At such an important time, there were even disagreements within the small country. They were divided into two factions that blamed each other, causing the country to split at a critical moment. Under the attack of the demons, the country gradually declined and perished. It was at this time that one of the factions woke up and began to gather the remaining human powerhouses to unite and fight against the demons. They broke away from the concept of a country and avoided the influence of the desire for power on humanity. They formed the 6 great temples to fight against the demons. There were 2 reasons why the demons finally let the humans go. First, the plague brought by the 72 demon god pillars didn't last for too long, so it didn't continue to infect more races and turn them into demons. This limited the total strength of the demons to a certain extent. It also made the demon emperor realize that if the battle continued, the number of demons would only continue to decrease. The other reason, which was also the reason why the demons had never launched an all-out attack on us humans, even though they had the absolute advantage for more than 6,000 years, was because the demons themselves didn't produce. Almost every race of demons were born warriors and were born with powerful combat strength. However, they weren't good at producing food or making tools. This determined that they might have the upper hand in the war for a short period of time. But once the war ended and humanity was completely destroyed, the demons would only gradually disappear from the holy demon continent. In the end, only a small number of demons would survive, and they would live a life of relying on the power of nature to provide them with food. Think about it. As a wise ruler, would the demon emperor do something like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs? They allowed us humans to survive, which is equivalent to keeping us in captivity. Then, through small-scale wars, they would plunder us and even trade with us. At the same time, they would develop themselves and find a way to survive on this continent. This is the fundamental reason why we humans have been able to survive. Fortunately, for 6,000 years, the demons have never been able to find a way to survive independently, so they haven't exterminated us humans. Otherwise, do you think the demons would be so kind? Xiao, whose words seemed to have opened a door for Long Haochen, allowing him to see many fundamental things. No wonder even when the demons launched the Holy War, they used an all-out offensive method, consuming their own population and the human population and strength at the same time. In the end, they ended the war anticlimactic. It turned out that they never intended to completely destroy humanity. The demons are about to launch this all-out war mainly against you. The demon race is about to launch an all-out war against you. Because you possess the power to destroy the demon god pillars, it will cause the demon race to panic. What they fear the most is that their foundation will be shaken. 2 demon god pillars isn't a lot, but it's an extremely bad start. Otherwise, the demon god emperor wouldn't have insisted on killing you. However, what I can be sure of is that even if the demon race successfully invades the interior of the Federation, they definitely won't go all out to destroy the living space inside the Federation. They might even withdraw their troops in the end. Of course, a great plunder is unavoidable, just like harvesting wheat. Xiao, whose analysis could be said to be thorough. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Haochen knew that he had been sleeping in the underground cavern, he might have thought of him as the wisest elder in the Temple League. At this point, Xiaohu paused for a moment, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "We must avoid this disaster from happening. Once the vitality of humanity is greatly damaged again, then the accumulation of these thousands of years will be gone. We can only repeat the process of being kept in captivity again, and we might never be able to rise again. Therefore, no matter what, we can't let the demons invade the interior of the Federation." I just said that the problem with your way of thinking is the word defense. Think about it the other way around. If we don't defend, but attack, how will we face the demons? Attack? Long Haochen only felt as if the bottleneck in his heart had been pierced by a sharp arrow. Inspiration appeared in an instant. Although it was still a little vague, he had already grasped something. Xiaohu nodded and said, "That's right, attack. If we only defend passively, of course we will suffer a great loss. The demons can do whatever they want to us. However, if we place the battlefield in the territory of the demons and fight in their provinces, or even break up into smaller groups and take the lead in launching a holy war against the demons from several directions at the same time, how do you think the demon emperor will respond? Will he dare to ignore us? Absolutely not. What he is most afraid of is us shaking their foundation. When that time comes, it won't be them leading us by the nose, but us restraining them instead. Do you think only the demons can destroy? Haven't the demons always stationed a large number of troops near our 6 major fortresses? Then let's start with these garrisons of the demons and see who is more ruthless. On the side, Yang Haoen hesitated and said, but on the battlefield, can we defeat the demons? All along, we have relied on the defense of the fortresses to barely resist the attacks of the demons. Xiao Hu snorted and said, stuck in a rut? It's been 6,000 years, yet your thinking is still so fixed. Don't tell me you think that with the demon god emperor leading the heaven-defying devil-dragon clan, the fort's defenses would be of any use? In the face of a true powerhouse, an army with a 9th stage cultivation base, the fortresses will only become a cage that restricts us from exerting our full strength. Moreover, I have never said that I want to fight the demons head-on on the plains. I understand. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Long Haochen's eyes flickered. He had completely understood what Elder Xiao meant. Since war was unavoidable, then the first thing to do was to seize the initiative. Whoever took the initiative would face fewer problems on the battlefield, and the possibility of obtaining more opportunities would be higher. Pure defense, especially when the defense could not withstand the power, would only lead to a tragedy in the end. The most serious problem that had been troubling him for a long time finally had a breakthrough, which made Long Haochen overjoyed. Without further delay, he immediately set off to return to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. He wanted to express Elder Zhao's idea to the parliament as soon as possible, and if everyone agreed that it was feasible, then he would immediately take action. The demons will not take too long to prepare for a holy war. Even if they go all out, it should not take more than a month. Kai did not follow Long Haochen back to the dragon-resisting pass. She directly transferred her voting rights as the vice-chairman to Long Haochen. It was not that she did not want to go, but Xu Yongxiao did not let her go. After seeing Kai, Xu Yongxiao was very fond of her. Although as an undead creature, the Eternal Heroes were somewhat afraid of the purifying aura of Kai. But after communicating with Kai, in Xu Yongxiao's view, Kai's talent was not worse than Long Haochen's. Perhaps in terms of innate internal spiritual force, Kai was not as good as Long Haochen, but as the reincarnation saintess, she was also an outstanding person, the best assassin. At the same time, Kai had started cultivating since childhood, so her foundation was more solid than Long Haochen's. Therefore, Xu Yongxiao let her stay, and could not wait to pass on his abilities to Kai. What made Long Haochen not know whether to laugh or cry was that Xu Yongxiao's ancestor, who had lived for more than 6,000 years, insisted that Kai call her elder sister Xu. This seniority was so messed up that Long Haochen did not dare to calculate it. Different from Long Haochen's thoughts, Yang Haoen was in a good mood. Long Haochen, Kai, and the Eternal Heroes had become one. The power of these more than 60 super experts could also be said to have become the solid backing of the Temple Federation. The benefits for the Holy War could be imagined. After returning to the dragon-resisting pass, Long Haochen did not rest for a moment. He immediately summoned all the counselors to a meeting and told them about Xiao's suggestion. Elder Zhao's suggestion seems to have opened a window for me, letting me see the hope of completely defeating the demons in this holy war. In fact, we have been using a similar tactic against the demons, that is, the monster hunters. However, the scale of the monster hunters is too small, and their overall strength is insignificant compared to the behemoth that is the demons. Since the demon emperor is going to lead the army here, defending the fortress is meaningless for us. Therefore, I completely agree with Elder Zhao's suggestion. We must launch a counterattack before the demon emperor arrives and burn the flames of war into the demon's territory. Li Jingji nodded and said, "This suggestion is too timely. I agree. Turning passivity into initiative will not only allow us to seize the initiative, but also force the demon emperor to be led by the nose by us. At that time, Even if we are no match for the demons on the battlefield, we can retreat to the fortress and fight with the demons, and the demons' main force will attack according to our ideas. Long Tianyi nodded and said, I also agree. The demon emperor must not have thought that we would dare to take the initiative to attack. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Let's go all out. If the demons come out in full force this time, it will indeed be a huge threat to us. But if we can defeat the main force of the demons, then it will also be a battle to break through the Dark Age and change the situation. After Long Haochen made him lose face at the meeting last time, he completely established his authority as the Federation president. In the subsequent meetings, Long Tianyin was silent for a few meetings and gradually returned to normal. People with a discerning eye like Li Jingji naturally understood the show that the grandfather and grandson were putting on, but there was nothing they could do. Anyway, Long Haochen's authority had been established, and because the Knights Templars already had the sixth Knight of the Seal, their position would not be shaken just because Long Tianyin was reprimanded once. Therefore, the Knights Templars were still the biggest winner in the Federation. Although Li Jingji was still a little unconvinced, the situation was stronger than people. Moreover, there was the upcoming demon army. Now, all everyone could do was to unite against a common enemy. Who would still have the thought of fighting for power? Not everyone supported the proposal to take the initiative to attack. The Temple of the Priests objected, and several members of the Temple of the Warriors also objected. The fairness and authority of the Parliament was shown in the final vote. The powerful influence of the Light of Dawn monster hunters was not something that could be changed by the thoughts of a few members. The result of the vote was that more than 2/3 of the members supported this strategic resolution. The historical war between the Federation of the Temple and the Demons was finally about to begin. With the direction of the strategy and tactics, the next step was the specific details. After discussion, it was finally decided that they would take the initiative to attack the demons from both a point and a surface direction. The 6 temples quickly began to mobilize and integrate the power of the professionals of the 6 temples. Each temple divided its forces into 5 different directions, each heading to the other 5 temples. Thus, the 6 temples formed an all-class combination. After the combination of the professions of each fortress was completed, the local temple would be the commander. There was no time for running in. After the combination of the professions was completed, the 6 temples would immediately launch an attack on the demons stationed outside the fortresses, thus announcing the full start of the Holy War and taking the initiative to burn the flames of war into the demons. There were pros and cons to the demon emperor summoning 54 demon gods for a meeting in Demonic City. At least for now, there were no demon gods among the demons stationed outside the 6 fortresses. Obviously, the demons had never considered the possibility of a human counterattack. At the same time that the full-scale Holy War was launched, there was also a breakthrough, which was the real constraint on the main force of the demons. The army responsible for the breakthrough was the 1st and 2nd Army of the Federation, which had already been integrated. Long Haochen would lead the Light of Dawn monster hunters to personally lead this army. At the same time, the Federation would also transfer all the returning monster hunters into this army, which would be led by Long Haochen. Their goal was to penetrate deep into the Yong clan like a sharp knife and deal a heavy blow to the demons. Of course, the war launched by this army would not be carried out blindly. First of all, they would avoid the direction of Demonic City as much as possible. At the same time, all the monster hunters from the Light of Dawn would accompany them. Among the 63 eternal heroes, 18 would follow them into battle, including Xiaohua and Xu Yongxiao. The remaining 16 would be the 16 super experts whose cultivation was above rank 9. The strength of such an army had even exceeded the overall strength of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. Moreover, even if they said that they would penetrate deep, they would not go too deep. The army was flexible and could retreat at any time. With their destructive power, they would definitely be able to greatly restrain the main force of the demons, led by the demon emperor. The demon emperor would not dare to let Long Houchen lead the army to wreak havoc among the demons. Moreover, his ultimate goal was Long Houchen. In addition to the 18 eternal heroes who followed Long Houchen, the remaining 45 eternal heroes were divided into 5 groups, respectively heading to the Temple of Assassins, the Temple of Magic, the Temple of Warriors, the Temple of Souls, and the Temple of the Priests. The Knights Templars did not assign any eternal heroes to assist in the battle, because the Sharp Knife army led by Long Houchen would set off from the dragon-resisting pass and launch an attack. At the same time, when they retreated, they would also choose to retreat from the dragon-resisting pass, which meant that they already had enough strength. As for the other 5 temples attacking at the same time, there was only one purpose, and that was to force the demon emperor to split his forces, so that he could not bring his entire main force with him, thereby reducing the pressure on Long Houchen's side. As long as the position of the demon emperor's main force was finally determined, then the Temple Federation would have follow-up measures. The demons had already come with all their strength, so how would the Temple Federation dare to hold back? Some hidden forces, as well as treasures that could be used in the war, had all been prepared to be used in this war. The plan had been set, and the next step was to quickly integrate. If someone could overlook the entire Temple Federation's border from a high altitude, they would find that there were signs of large-scale military mobilization throughout the entire border. Each temple's army was divided into 5 groups, each heading to the other temple. As for the battle order and the true purpose, it was kept strictly confidential. While the 6 temples were still transferring professions to each other, Long Houchen's Sharp Knife army had already taken advantage of the night to leave the dragon-resisting pass, and like a tiger released from its cage, they pounced on the demon's garrison 100 miles away. Chapter 282. The Sharp Knife army, led by Long Houchen, only had 14,000 people. That's right, 14,000 people, because he only brought the professionals of 2 legions and didn't bring any ordinary soldiers. The composition of the 1st and 2nd legions of the Federation was the same, consisting of 4,000 warriors, 1,000 knight, 500 assassins, magicians, summoners, and priests. Each legion, in addition to 40,000 soldiers of various kinds, formed 2 complete legions of 50,000 people each. As the sharp knife of the demons, the role of ordinary soldiers was far from enough, and it would greatly affect the speed of the whole team. Therefore, the real participants of this operation were only the 14,000 professionals of the 6 major temples, all of whom were equipped with mounts, regardless of their profession. Not many magicians, summoners, and priests knew how to ride, but they were professionals after all, and their physical qualities were far superior to ordinary people, so they could ride after a little adaptation. At first, because this was the first legion formed after the establishment of the new federation, when forming the legion, the 6 major temples selected only the elites, including some of the members of the brilliant Angel Knight Corps that Long Houchen had seen before. The cultivation of the warriors were all above the 4th grade, and the experts of the other 5 major temples were all above the 6th grade, although the total number was only about 10,000, and the majority of them were warriors. These people were the elites of the 6 major temples. As night fell, the army came out from the rear of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, then made a circle and slowly approached the camp of the demon army from the south. The role of the strong in the war was fully revealed at this time. More than 14,000 people were all riding mounts, and the area was not small. However, it was just Long Houchen alone, and with his powerful mind power, all these people were covered. No detection magic could detect any movement under the interference of his mind power, unless the caster of the detection magic had more mind power than Long Houchen. Xiao Huo was beside Long Houchen. He was also riding on a tall horse, and Long Houchen was riding on the holy unicorn Star King. On the left of Long Houchen was Kai, and behind him was Yuting. In order to cover up the strong spiritual fluctuations of the Light Elf King, Yuting had to wear a magic robe that could cover up the elements. She was different from Long Houchen. Not only was the light element in her body pure, but she was also a spirit that was closer to nature. Naturally, she would be closer to the light element. Therefore, no matter when, her body would automatically emit a gentle golden light. This was something that even she could not control, unless it was in an environment where there was no light element at all. Yuting would forever be a light source that would never be extinguished. The other members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were also next to them, but each of them was accompanied by an eternal hero. There was no doubt that foresight and cultivation were directly proportional. Those who chose the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters as their inheritors were all eternal heroes who were rank 9 and above. At this time, the happiest person was Lin Xan, because beside him there was a valiant female knight riding on a rose unicorn. When the Federation's 1st and 2nd legions were established, Lin Xan was sent by the Knights Templars. This time, when the 2 legions went to the front line, she naturally came as well. Lin Xan was only about 30 years old this year, and she looked more like a person in her 20s. Naturally, she was also a popular choice among the Eternal Heroes. The one who chose her was also a female knight. At this time, she was riding side by side with Lin Xan and even joked with Lin Xan from time to time. If one did not know in advance, one would never be able to guess that she was actually an undead knight. After the return of the Eternal Heroes, Long Haochen admired these ancestors more and more. All the problems that the Federation Parliament was worried about did not occur. Because the Eternal Heroes proposed to pass on their unique skills, the 6 Great Knight would choose their inheritors from the 6 great temples in an instant. Coupled with their powerful strength, they were scattered in the other 5 great temples. Not only would the inheritors be selected by the 6 great temples after the unified allocation of manpower, they would also be welcomed by the higher-ups of the 6 great temples and treated as distinguished guests. No temple could gather 9 powerhouses above rank 9 level 3. With these ancestors in charge, it was equivalent to giving them peace of mind. The Eternal Heroes then perfectly integrated into the system of the Temple Federation. Kai Er. Shu Yong Xiao said to Kai Er beside her, "Sister Shu." Kai Er looked at her with a smile. In contrast, Kai Er was not as restrained and respectful as Long Haochen in front of these ancestors. She was more natural, other than the color of her eyes and the aura on her body. Shu Yong Xiao was a stunning beauty. Although the purification power in Kai Er's body would surge from time to time when she sensed the undead aura around her, her cultivation had been greatly improved in the world of black and red, and now her ability to control her body was quite strong. Shu Yong Xiao had taught Long Haochen the ability to control the domain, and Shu Yong Xiao had also taught her the ability. In terms of attack, she was better at it than Long Haochen. When the battle starts later, you will follow behind me and be my shadow. You don't need to do anything. You just need to pay attention to the process when I attack. Shu Yong Xiao spoke to Kai Er in a very gentle tone, to the point where even the other Eternal Heroes couldn't get used to it. With their familiarity with the first master of the Assassin Temple, they all understood that Shu Yong Xiao loved Kai Er very much. Okay. Kai Er immediately agreed. Of course. She could feel Shu Yong Xiao's love for her. She also liked this ancestor Kai Er very much. Although they had only known each other for 7 or 8 days, Shu Yong Xiao had taught her a lot of useful things, further enhancing Kai Er's combat power. As they were getting closer and closer to the demon camp, Long Haochen raised his hand and signaled the army to stop. "Pass down my order. Everyone dismount. Leave 500 soldiers here to guard the horses. The rest maintain formation and attack with me." As expected of a professional, Long Haochen's order was quickly conveyed to the entire army. Except for the knight, all the other professions dismounted quietly. The horses stayed in place and did not make any extra sounds. Except for the knight, the other professions were not good at fighting on horseback. The horses were only for them to hurry. When it came to a real battle, they were more familiar with walking. 2,000 knights were in front, the priests were behind them, and the magicians and summoners were in a position further back. The left, right, and back were surrounded by the warriors. The assassins wandered outside, maintaining a perfect formation and moving forward slowly. Long Houchen had purposely left Hanyu behind. Of course, he wasn't asking him to guard the horses. Instead, he was using the Evil Eye Tyrant's spiritual power to disrupt the demon race's detection magic. This was to prevent these horses and the warriors that were left behind from being exposed. At the same time, Hanyu's presence could prevent any accidents from happening. The demon race's army stationed outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass all year round exceeded 200,000. 5 years ago, during the Holy War, the highest number had reached 1 million. But because of the harsh environment here, only the high-level demon race was left to fight. It was difficult for the low-level demon race to survive here. Therefore, the demons stationed outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass could be said to be the strongest outside of the 6 major fortresses. All the demons were grade 4 and above. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demons were. 200,000 grade 4 and above experts, the entire Temple Federation could come up with such a number. This was also an important reason why the Temple Federation had always been afraid of fighting the demons head-on. However, with the addition of the Eternal Hero, the Temple Federation was no longer inferior to the demon race in terms of high-level strength. This time, they had the confidence to deal with the demon race's army of more than 200,000 with a little more than 10,000 people under the leadership of Long Houchen and other top experts. They were getting closer and closer to the demon's garrison. In the distance, they could already see the camp of the demon army. They couldn't get any closer. Although the weather here in the dragon-resisting mountain pass was cold and visibility was poor at night, if they continued forward, the demon's watchtower would be able to see them approaching with the naked eye. Long Houchen said in a deep voice, "Stop advancing. Order all personnel to prepare for battle. Lin Xan." "Boss." Lin Xan quickly came to Long Houchen's side. Long Houchen asked, "With the overall strength of our magicians, how much closer do we need to be to display our combat effectiveness?" Lin Xan immediately replied, "We are about 8 miles away from the demons. We need to be at least 3 miles away from them for the magician's area of effect magic to be effective. If we want to have the greatest killing effect, then we need to be at least 1 mile away." Long Houchen nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. Everyone come over." The Light of Dawn monster hunters were the commanders of the Dagger Corps. They were in charge of the army of different professions. They quickly came to Long Houchen's side. Of course, a total of 18 Eternal Heroes also gathered. Long Houchen lowered his voice and said, "The enemy has more than 200,000 soldiers. According to the news from the dragon-resisting pass, there is currently only one demon god stationed among the enemy. It is the 20th demon god, Bison. To be able to enter the top 20, his cultivation must not be low. His demon god pillar is also here. Originally, there were 3 demon gods guarding here. According to our news, except for Bison, the other 2 have been transferred back to Demon Capital." The Eternal Heroes did not participate in any opinions. As early as when they came to the dragon-resisting pass, Xu Yongxiao and Xiao Hua had stated that in the war with the demons, they would not participate in any commanding opinions. They would listen to the deployment and would only be responsible for fighting. Their decision was undoubtedly the wisest. After all, they had been sleeping for thousands of years and did not understand the situation of the outside world. The current war between humans and the demons certainly could not be faced in the same way as thousands of years ago. Moreover, their seniority was so high. If they really wanted to participate in the commanding opinions, who would dare to not listen to them? Therefore, after Xu Yongxiao and Xiao Hu discussed with all the Eternal Heroes, they decided not to participate in any opinions. Therefore, even though there were 18 Eternal Heroes here, the real commander was still Long Houchen. In order to reduce our losses and to succeed in one strike, all our rank 9 professions will take the lead in launching an attack on the enemy, inflicting heavy damage on the enemy, killing the demon gods and disrupting the enemy. Then the army here will move out and launch an all-out offensive, killing as much as possible the main force of the demons and inflicting heavy damage on them. In the face of absolute strength, the way of fighting was not complicated. Everyone nodded. There was no doubt that the monster hunters of the Glimmer of Dawn had faith in Long Houchen. With his command, they would naturally not go wrong. Lin Xian had already begun to rub his palms together. He was the only magician in the team. He would definitely have the most advantage in this killing mission. Xiaolong, can you leave that demon god to me? Of course. The demon god pillar will still belong to you. I don't have the ability to defeat the demon god pillar. Shu Yongxiao said. Long Houchen nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Shu Yongxiao's blood-red eyes flashed, and she said, You little guy, are you still not willing to call me Sister Shu? Long Houchen smiled bitterly and said, Etiquette cannot be abolished, Senior. Shu Yongxiao snorted and said to Kai, Look at your man. He's still a very traditional little guy. Let's go, we'll go first. Later, you'll see how your sister Shu kills that demon god. We assassins always kill the enemy's leader on the battlefield. Long Houchen said to Zhang Fongfong, Brother Zhang, you stay here and command for me. Wait for my signal. The moment the demon god pillar is destroyed, we can move here. Zhang Fongfong said, Don't worry. Long Houchen looked up at the sky. The night was dark. Although the wind was not too strong tonight, it was still very cold. The sky was very dark, and the moonlight was completely blocked by the clouds. Let's go. Long Houchen shouted in a low voice, and led the people of the Light of Dawn and the Eternal Heroes to move at the same time, heading towards the demon camp in the distance. They were already so close, and the army naturally did not need to hide anything, because the flames of war would soon be ignited in the demons. In the time it took for 7 or 8 breaths, more than 20 silhouettes had already crossed the distance of 5 kilometers. The impatient Lin Xian was the first to move. The immortal dragonfire staff appeared in his hand with a dazzling light, and the sky was instantly filled with a rich red color. Even the chill faded a lot because of this red color. The red color quickly turned blue. As Lin Xian chanted an incantation, his Holy Sun incantation bloomed in an instant, and the Holy Sun domain was also displayed. The demon army below always had scouts in charge of monitoring the movements around the camp. There was such a sudden and obvious change in the sky, and suddenly ear-piercing alarms sounded mournfully in this cold night. A blue sun appeared in the dark sky, and a strong and hot aura descended from the sky. The entire demon camp was reflected in a thick layer of blue because of this glaring sunlight, and layers of beautiful light waves appeared along with the jumping blue flames. However, this blazing blue sun did not bring them warmth, but destruction. In the next moment, blue fireballs began to fall from the sky, falling straight towards the tents of the demon camp below. The speed at which Lin Xian chanted the incantation was extremely fast, and the light of the Holy Sun incantation also became more and more intense. A terrifying heat bloomed in the air, and those intense, super explosive fireballs fell from the sky, gradually converging into the flame version of the heart flame meteor shower, shrouding the camp below on a large scale. The 200,000-strong army's camp covered an extremely large area, stretching for more than 10 miles. In order to resist the bitter cold as much as possible, these tents were arranged very closely, which also allowed Lin Xian's fire meteor to play an even greater role. Blue flames ignited amidst the shrill screams of the demons. Lin Xian's attack was completely aimed at the core of the demon camp. As long as there was a little bit of wind, all the surrounding tents would be ignited, not to mention that these fireballs would explode as soon as they hit the ground. Naturally, Lin Xian was not the only one who launched the operation. Everyone else joined the battle at the first moment. Among the 18 eternal heroes, 3 warriors stayed in the air. Their task was to protect the magicians. In addition to Lin Xian, there were also two magicians among the eternal heroes. One was a wind magician, and the other was a water magician. As soon as these two magicians attacked, they showed their powerful abilities. Their fighting style was completely based on supporting Lin Xian, and their support at least increased the lethality of Lin Xian's magic by more than 3 times. Neither of the two magicians attacked at the first moment. It was not until Lin Xian's Holy Sun incantation meteor shower had been launched, igniting a large area of flames in the demon camp, that their magic began to break out. The wind magician only cast some seemingly simple small magic, Wind Tornado. The attack power of Wind Tornado was not strong. It could only release a relatively strong whirlwind in a certain range. It was just a grade 3 wind magic, and this wind magician was also the one who chose Lin Xian to inherit his magic. Although the attributes were different, he still recognized Lin Xian. One by one, the wind tornadoes fell into the demon camp below. Lin Xian was a little confused at first, but when the power of these wind tornadoes was released, he was shocked and full of admiration for this eternal hero of the wind element. The wind tornadoes seemed to have a life of their own, falling evenly in the demon camp. Almost every wind tornadoes fell after Lin Xian's meteor shower landed and exploded. The explosive power of the meteor shower was extremely shocking. Large areas of flames burst forth, accompanied by a strong roar. The wind tornadoes fell right in the center of the explosion. Large areas of blue sparks were swept up and sent far away, but they did not extinguish. In terms of the use of spiritual power, it could simply be described as exquisite. The temperature of the heart's flame was extremely high. Even a small spark falling on the tent could immediately ignite it. With the help of these wind tornadoes, the direct destructive power of meteor shower did not increase by much, but the destructive power of the entire demon camp increased by several times. The water magician was even more ruthless. His magic was specifically targeted at the place where the flames were the most intense. Moreover, it was a very low-level magic, water pillar. This was only a grade 2 magic. The destructive power of the water pillar was not even as strong as the wind tornadoes. Under normal circumstances, it could only be used to shock the enemy away, not allowing the enemy to get close. It was as simple as that. Now, however, these water pillars seemed to be going against Lin Xian, specifically targeting the place where the heart's flame burned the most intensely. However, a shocking scene appeared. After these water pillars fell into the flames, they did not immediately disperse, nor did they immediately smash down. Instead, they stopped at the outermost area of the flames for a moment before dispersing. In this way, not only did these water pillars not weaken the heart's flame, but they also became the most terrifying fuel. With the help of this fuel, the flames below had at least doubled in strength. Looking down from the sky, it was extremely intuitive. The wind magician floated beside Lin Xian and said, "The mysteries of magic are endless. It is not that the higher the level of the magic, the more powerful it is. Rather, it is the most suitable magic that is the most powerful." A smart person would understand with just a hint. There was no need to say too much. Lin Xian naturally already had an understanding in his heart. Apart from these 3 magicians and the 3 warriors who were protecting them, the others had already thrown themselves into the battlefield. All the assassins had already disappeared. Long Haochen stood proudly in the sky, with the holy unicorn star king under his crotch. A bright white light had already soared into the sky the moment the battle began, completely illuminating the night sky. The huge eternal and creation throne of God had brazenly appeared in the sky. The terrifying pressure of the supreme artifact had descended at the first moment, fully suppressing the demon army below. Would pressure have actual lethality? The answer was yes. When Long Haochen had just obtained the recognition of the eternal and creation throne of God, this ancestral throne of God had appeared for the first time, causing a strong impact to the demon army dozens of miles away. This was also why the place where they were stationed was 100 miles away from the dragon resisting pass, instead of the normal 30 to 50 miles. But this time the eternal and creation throne of God had directly appeared in the sky above the demon camp, so the intensity of the pressure was naturally greatly increased. Long Houchen's mental strength had completely integrated into this pressure. With an all-out eruption, almost the entire demon camp was affected to different degrees. The most obvious was the demon army within a diameter of about a mile below. All the demons below the 6th grade were all suppressed on the ground, unable to move. The relatively weak demons of the 4th grade even began to have a large number of casualties. It would not have mattered if they were only suppressed to the point where they couldn't move, but the key point was that there was still a fire in the sky. The dazzling halo of the eternal and creation throne of God spread out in circles. Even the powerhouses of the Knights Templars on the dragon resisting pass in the distance could see it clearly. As the commander-in-chief, Long Houchen did not take the lead and fully immerse himself in the battle, because he had to control the overall situation and not blindly attack. While activating the eternal and creation throne of God to release a strong pressure, his eyes were also locked on the core position of the demon camp. It was also at that moment that a dark pillar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. The pitch-black pillar emitted a dark green luster. The strangest thing was that while it was emitting light, its size was growing rapidly. It was like a towering tree that was desperately growing. In just a short while, the pillar had exceeded 100 meters. Moreover, there were many branch-like objects extending from the pillar. It looked like a giant tree ant. A dark green figure also rose into the air and appeared in mid-air. A thick layer of dark green light instantly bloomed, shrouding in the direction of the eternal and creation throne of God. Domain. There was no doubt that the one who suddenly appeared was the current commander-in-chief of the demon camp, the tree demon god Bison, who ranked 20th among the 72 demon god pillars. To be able to enter the top 20, he must be a domain master. Moreover, the tree demon god's body and the demon god pillars could be said to be one of the best among the 72 demon god pillars. The camp was suddenly attacked, and Bison was also shocked. As soon as he came out of the tent, he felt the terrifying pressure from the eternal and creation throne of God. He had experienced this pressure not long ago, and at that time it gave him a huge shock. After that, he immediately sent the news to Demonic City. Not long after, Demonic City sent an order to transfer the other 2 demon gods who were guarding the dragon resisting pass with him back to Demonic City for a meeting. At present, there was no news from Demonic City, but he could also faintly feel that the human side was not calm, and His Majesty was bound to have some reaction. However, he never expected that the war would come so quickly, and that it was initiated by the humans. Looking at the huge throne of God in the air, the tree demon god Bison also felt a little numb, because he had no idea how powerful this throne of God was. Moreover, to his knowledge, he had never seen such a throne of God. In the human Knights Templars, the only one that the demons did not have detailed records of was the eternal and creation throne of God, which had never been used by humans. However, as the commander-in-chief, after hurriedly issuing a few orders, he immediately activated his demon god pillars and rose into the air at the same time, launching an attack on Long Houchen. It was necessary to contain the pressure of the eternal and creation throne of God. Otherwise, the combat power of the demon army would be greatly reduced. The appearance of this throne of God was equivalent to a large-scale suppressive magic. Long Houchen floated in the air, but he did not even look at Bison. He did not need to deal with this demon god who was ranked 20th. Kai followed Shu Yongxiao to the edge of the demons early. As soon as Lin Xian began his attack in the air, Shu Yongxiao gestured to her, and then quietly sneaked into the demon's camp like a wisp of smoke. Kai hurriedly kept up with Shu Yongxiao's pace. She was also very confident in her speed. She followed closely behind this ancestor like her shadow. When Shu Yongxiao rushed forward, she rushed forward, and when Shu Yongxiao dodged, she dodged. Soon, the meteor shower in the sky had fallen, and the demon camp was also alarmed. A large number of demons began to rush out of the camp. Some demons and demons of hell began to counterattack in the air, and the demons' air force also began to fight in the air. Xu Yongxiao's forward speed did not slow down because of the appearance of these enemies. Instead, it became faster. Kai vaguely saw that Xu Yongxiao had two tri-edged thorns in her hands. The tri-edged thorns were dark and without light. In Xu Yongxiao's hands, they were like a pair of poisonous snakes. Wherever this powerful senior passed, all the demons that passed by her would become stiff and motionless in an instant. They would only quietly fall to the ground after a long time had passed by her with Kai observed that Xu Yongxiao's attack was very simple and direct. What impressed her the most was that she did not feel any spiritual fluctuations in the process of Xu Yongxiao's attack. The tri-edged thorns constantly moved rhythmically like black lightning. Every attack never missed, and the position was always the same. The demons that Xu Yongxiao passed by would have a hole in their forehead, directly piercing their brains. Xu Yongxiao was too confident in her attack. She did not even inject spiritual power into the opponent's body. She had already passed by them. The whole process of killing could only be described as effortless. Kai followed behind her and observed her movements attentively. Gradually, she discovered something strange. Xu Yongxiao's seemingly swift movements and attacks seemed to be in a special rhythm. Kai could not tell what this rhythm was, but it was like a drum that was constantly beating. The sound of the beating was not strong, but it seemed to be constantly accumulating something. This was all that Kai could feel. She could be said to be the strongest assassin in the assassin temple, except for the eternal hero. However, after seeing Xu Yongxiao's skillful attack, Kai could not help but feel a sense of inferiority. Compared with this ancestor, there was a huge gap in pure skills. In just a short period of time, at least 200 demons had died as Xu Yongxiao quietly slid past them. What was she accumulating with that strange rhythm? It was definitely not the power of a domain. Just when Kai was feeling very strange, the tree demon god Basong appeared in midair and released a dark green light towards Long Haochen. In the next moment, Kai finally understood what kind of power Xu Yongxiao had accumulated. The appearance of Basong caused Xu Yongxiao's body to finally pause for a moment, and the place where she stopped was right below Basong. At this moment, Kai clearly saw that Xu Yongxiao's whole person had completely changed. In her eyes, a bloody light burst out, and then her body had already soared up. What she had accumulated finally erupted. That was murderous aura. During the previous attack, Xu Yongxiao was completely like a pure undead, not releasing any aura. Kai thought that because she was an undead, she didn't have the murderous aura of an ordinary assassin. But at this moment, she suddenly understood that it wasn't that Xu Yongxiao didn't have any murderous aura, but that she controlled it and didn't release it. For the first time, Kai saw that murderous aura actually had color. Xu Yongxiao's murderous aura was black as ink. Therefore, the moment she rose into the air, her body was also completely covered by this black, murderous aura. So much so that no one could see such an existence appearing in midair from any angle. What was even more terrifying was that the murderous aura released by Xu Yongxiao could be felt by Kai. But the tree demon god Basong in the air couldn't feel it at all. This was because her murderous aura was actually tangible, like a solid object. Unless one really touched it, it would be completely impossible to detect it. No, it couldn't be said to be solid because solid objects couldn't be deformed, but it wasn't liquid because liquid wasn't so stable. It was more accurate to describe it as colloidal. At this moment, Kai no longer continued to stay by Xu Yongxiao's side. She never thought that murderous aura could actually be used in such a way and also to produce such a terrifying and powerful effect. Xu Yongxiao's movements didn't seem to be particularly fast, but Kai shockingly discovered that as a domain realm master and releasing his domain, the tree demon god Basong actually didn't notice that Shu Yongxiao was already behind him. He was still using all his strength to control the power of his domain to envelop Long Haochen. Shu Yongxiao finally launched her attack. The moment she launched her attack, even though Kai had been paying attention to her movements, she only felt that there was something strange in the sky. Right after that, the domain released by the tree demon god Basong automatically dissipated in the air. A wisp of darkness flitted across the sky, and Busong's body froze in place, motionless. However, his aura was disappearing at an astonishing speed, while Shu Yongxiao, who was in midair, had already disappeared. Even Kai, who had been paying close attention to her, couldn't catch her figure. In the instant that the attack was launched, Shu Yongxiao's figure disappeared. It was too frightening. Even though she was also an assassin at this moment, Kai couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. At the same time, she also noticed something special. As a 9th rank level 7 super assassin, from the moment Shu Yongxiao attacked until the moment she finished, she didn't have any aura or presence. Even though the tree demon god had already been attacked by her, the demon army below still didn't notice anything. Even Kai, who had been paying attention to Shu Yongxiao and was very familiar with the abilities of an assassin, couldn't see where she was. One stab of the killer god, heaven and earth were destroyed. Busong's body in the air finally showed some changes. In an instant, he fell to the ground. His life aura also disappeared the moment he fell. Moreover, even the demon god's crown didn't appear. This meant that at the moment he was killed, his demon god's crown had been shattered at the same time. At the same time, a hand quietly grabbed Kai Er's shoulder. Kai reacted almost instantaneously. The grim reaper sighed, and her hand swept backward, but it fell on empty air. The hand was still on her shoulder. "Sister Shu," Kai exclaimed. At this moment, her heart was filled with reverence for Shu Yongxiao. She said, "You're really too strong." No one saw when Shu Yongxiao appeared behind Kai. The red light in her eyes had already completely dimmed when she made her move. And the one she just killed was a super expert, ranked 20th among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons. "Kai, that attack just now consumed about 50% of my strength. Tell me, what did you see?" While saying that, Shu Yongxiao's body turned, and with a flash of lightning, there were no living demons within 100 meters. "Kai," said seriously, "I saw the true essence of an assassin." Shu Yongxiao didn't seem very satisfied with Kai Er's answer. She asked, "What is the true essence of an assassin?" Kai Er's eyes gradually lit up. She looked straight at Shu Yongxiao and replied, "Mystery killing one hit." Chapter 283. After hearing Kai Er's reply, Shu Yongxiao's gaze finally became gentle again. He said, "Your understanding is not bad. However, I have to tell you, and I have to emphasize, that the true essence of an assassin is not 3. There is only one, and that is 1 strike. This tree demon god's cultivation is weaker than mine. I have many ways to kill him, and I don't even need to use 50% of my strength. Why do I have to go all out and use only 1 strike? Think about it. This is not only the true essence of an assassin, it is also a habit that an assassin should master. An assassin's attack can never be used a second time. Otherwise, it is a failure." Shu Yongxiao didn't say much, but these few short sentences had already opened the door to the pinnacle of an assassin in Kai Er's heart. Jiao Yongxiao's gaze shifted to Long Haochen, who was floating in the middle of the battlefield in the air. Her gaze changed slightly. He must have discovered my attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the tree demon god's domain. But how did he discover it? The huge battlefield of over 200,000 people was constantly changing. Just as Shu Yongxiao killed the tree demon god, Long Haochen also made his move. A ball of emerald green light lit up on his chest. Then the green light turned into an eye-catching beam of light in the pitch-black night sky and shot towards the tree demon god pillar. The emerald green light drew a dazzling arc in the sky and landed straight on the demon god pillar. Instantly, the demon god pillar, which had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the form of a giant treant, instantly stiffened. Then it withered at an alarming speed. The emerald green light lasted for 3 seconds. The moment the light disappeared, a layer of emerald green light flashed on Long Houchen's body. Long Houchen took a step out of the void. The purplish gold light pattern on his forehead shone brightly as he slapped the top of the demon god pillar with his palm. A scene that shocked the entire battlefield appeared. The tree demon god pillar trembled violently. Then, cracks began to appear on its body. Normally, these cracks wouldn't be obvious in the dark. However, they were emitting a purplish gold glow, so they couldn't help but notice them. Amidst the loud rumble, the demon god pillar shattered into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. Long Houchen was still standing proudly in the sky. At the same time, a gigantic milky white light of judgment exploded, setting off his proud figure and the mysterious and terrifying throne of God of eternity and creation. He judged the hundreds of demon tree gods' personal guards who were guarding the demon god pillar. This was the 3rd demon god pillar that Long Houchen and the others had destroyed. Haiyue had not appeared, but Long Houchen possessed its destructive power. On the battlefield, the most important thing was the morale of the army. When the tree demon god fell and the demon god pillar was destroyed, the morale of the army of 200,000 demons was shattered. In the distance, the Dagger Corps quietly launched a sneak attack under the cover of the night. It would take at most 10 minutes for the first round of collective magic bombardment to fall on the core of the demon army. However, under the suppression of the eternal and creation throne of God, the demons' mages were unable to launch an organized counterattack, and it was even more impossible for them to lock down the 9th grade powerhouses in the sky. I've stored that ability just now. Yi Xiaolei's voice sounded in Long Houchen's ears. Then a green light flashed on his chest, and a small figure emerged from the light and landed on his shoulder. 3 inches tall, delicate, and small as if carved out of jade. The gentle life aura wasn't strong, but a pair of big, dark green eyes were filled with the brilliance of wisdom. This was the current Yi Xiaolei and also Long Houchen's spiritual stove of wisdom. The light elemental fairy became the light elf king, but he also had a brand new god elf. You can store skills. Long Houchen looked curiously at Yi Xiaolei, who had landed on his shoulder. Yi Xiaolei giggled and said, "I'm the spiritual stove of wisdom, so of course I'm the most powerful. Not only can I store all the skills of nature attributes, but I can also use your power to accelerate their evolution. In the future, you will know more and more how helpful I am to you. For example, your domain skill that controls the process of life will greatly evolve. Even the ability of the eternal and creation throne of God will evolve under my influence." Long Houchen smiled and said, "When there's a chance in the future, I will definitely find a suitable body for you. I still like you in your original human form. It's too much of a waste for you to follow me like this." Yi Xiaolei shook her head gently and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but you don't understand. Although I was very happy living in fantasy paradise, I was extremely insecure. I'm very happy to follow you. Don't chase me away. If I really want to leave you, I don't need your help." When a huge golden sword light slashed across 1,000 meters and killed a batch of middle-level and high-level infernal demon spellcasters that they had gathered with great difficulty, the demon army was finally overwhelmed by the last straw, and they began to collapse. The Dagger Corps had also arrived at this time. They were really like a dagger stabbing in from the rear. Under the leadership of Zhang Fangfang, who had the wisdom and spirit throne of God, they attacked with all their might. Long Houchen was still in command of the overall situation in the air, while the members of the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad, as well as the Eternal Heroes, were all attacking the escape routes of the demons, using their powerful attacks to gather the defeated demons that wanted to scatter in all directions, while at the same time delaying their speed of escape. These 200,000 demon army were the elites of the demons. Keeping them here as much as possible would be a huge blow to the demons, especially since the main force of the 200,000 demon army was the demons and the bear demon. How much disaster would these two powerful races bring to humans on a normal battlefield? This battle seemed to be an easy victory for Long Houchin and the others, but in reality, how many strong masters did they send out? Close to 30 stage 9 powerhouses and more than 20 domain masters. Even the demon emperor had to be cautious against such a force, let alone a demon army led by only one demon god. Of course, this demon army did not fully display their combat strength. If not for the failure of the reconnaissance and giving them enough time to react, it would have taken the humans a lot of time to defeat them. From night to day, the Dagger Corps chased for nearly 300 miles and finally killed more than 150,000 demons. Only tens of thousands of demons managed to escape. Among the human masters, the one who killed the most was not the main attacker, Magician Lin Xian, but Yiting. Although the Heart Flame meteor shower covered the largest area, it could not stop Yiting's killing speed. Her king's sword domain was invincible in the demon army. Not a single demon could resist her attack. The 100-meter-long sword swept through the chaotic demon army and caused hundreds of casualties. In this battle, perhaps Yiting had directly killed more than 10,000 enemies. The Eternal Heroes, who had seen many big events, could not help but look askance. Yiting's ability was special, her cultivation was strong, and she was a fairy, so no Eternal Hero chose her to inherit their power. However, the lethality she showed and the almost endless spiritual power that followed greatly shocked these Eternal Heroes. Comparatively speaking, the Eternal Heroes almost didn't use their full strength. They mostly assisted the members of the Bright Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad, giving the image of righteousness to these youngsters. This was also where the Eternal Heroes were experienced. Who could predict the situation on the battlefield? What if the enemy reinforcements appeared and the reinforcements were strong enough? As long as they reserved enough strength, they would be able to respond adequately. It could be said that this was an unprecedented victory for humans against the demons. In the past 6,000 years, the Temple League was certainly able to win some partial victories. However, in order to prevent the demons from going all out to retaliate, humans not only rarely took the initiative to attack in the war against the demons, but once the demons retreated, they would not pursue them too much. But now it was different. With the addition of the Eternal Heroes and the demons destroying 2 legend rank monster hunters, the Federation naturally did not need to hold back even a little bit. Striking as many demons as possible was the goal of the Dagger Corps. They wanted to hit the Demon Emperor until he felt pain. Only then would they be able to completely attract the main force of the demon army and finally achieve their goal of bringing the final battle to the dragon resisting pass. After a battle that lasted for a whole night, even professionals would feel tired. Long Houchin ordered the Dagger Corps to rest in a dense forest within the territory of the demons. At the same time, he let Hanyu, who was responsible for looking after the horses, lead the remaining troops to bring all the horses over. At the same time, he summoned the Light of Dawn and the Eternal Heroes for a meeting. An exquisite sheepskin map was spread out in front of him. Long Houchin squatted on the ground, pointed at the map and said, "We are now in this position." In the previous battle, we almost annihilated all the demons stationed outside the dragon-resisting pass. Our army did not suffer much damage with the treatment of enough priests. The combat strength of the Dagger Corps was much stronger than what Long Houchin had expected. The perfect combination of the 6 professions of the 6 Great Temple was also the first time that the absolute advantage of multi-profession cooperation was proven. If we continue to advance east, we will enter the Sa-Emo province of the demons. The Sa demons are a relatively weak race among the demons. In addition to being resistant to the cold, they do not have much combat strength. In the previous wars, they mostly served as the task of transporting supplies for the demons stationed outside the dragon-resisting pass. Han Yu, has the news been passed on to the dragon-resisting pass? Han Yu nodded and said, "The news of our victory has been passed on at the first instance. The dragon-resisting pass should soon send people over to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. The demons' granary reserves are quite poor, especially the various kinds of seafood which are well preserved." Long Haochin smiled faintly and said, "The Saemo province is the farthest province from the central province of the demons' territory." Long Haochin smiled faintly and continued, "The Saemo province is the farthest province from the central province of the demons' territory. Unless the demon emperor only leads his against the heavens demon dragon clan and all the demon gods to rush over immediately, it will take at least 20 days for him to lead his army from the central province to our side. Breaking through the garrison outside the dragon-resisting pass, at least 5 or 6 nearby demons' provinces will be exposed in front of us. Their defensive strength will be extremely limited. What we fear the most now is that the demon emperor will recklessly lead his army to directly attack the southeast stronghold and Wanshou Pass closest to the central province. Therefore, we must attract the attention of the demon emperor. As the first demon god of the demons, the demon emperor will definitely be able to sense the damage of the other demon god pillars. In the Federation, only my strength can destroy the demon god pillars. Therefore, I believe that after the demon emperor feels the tree demon god's death, he will be able to clearly know that I'm at the dragon-resisting pass. But the demon's army here is completely routed. If we want to transmit the details of the battle back, it will take at least 5 days, and this is the fastest estimate. In addition, it will take another 20 days for him to rush over. Therefore, we have plenty of time now. In this ample time, we must do our best to let the demon emperor know of our actions." Xiao Hu said, "Xiaolong, what do you plan to do? Slaughter the demons in the neighboring provinces?" Long Haochin shook his head and said, "No, a massacre would harm the harmony of heaven. Moreover, among the demons, the true pure demons are only a small part. I once came into contact with an organization of demons. This organization is made up of human-demon hybrids. They are secretly resisting the demon emperor and have accumulated a part of their strength. Moreover, I also heard that the leader of this organization is a very important demon god among the demons. This strength may not be enough to affect the overall situation of the war, but if we can win their help, our chances of victory will be higher. If we rashly carry out a massacre, this organization will definitely not dare to come into contact with us, and they will also have a common enemy." Jiao Yongxiao said, "Wouldn't it be like asking a tiger for its skin?" Long Haochin said, "I don't think so. The ultimate goal of this organization is actually to integrate with us humans. The member I came into contact with told me that if humans eventually defeat the demons, they only hope to leave their human-demon hybrids a territory that can govern themselves. It doesn't need to be too big. Then, in the process of interacting with humans, they will gradually be assimilated by humans." Kaio said, "Then what should we do?" Long Haochin said, "War is cruel. Even if we don't carry out a massacre, we must attack the main force of the demons. And if we want to deal a heavy enough blow to the demons in the shortest time possible, then we need to divide our forces. Look." As he spoke, his right hand continuously tapped on the map several times, all of which were the locations of the nearby provincial capitals of the demons. The strongest forces and the most important resources of the demons are gathered in the capital cities. The demons have always been strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Their external defense is strong, but their internal strength is relatively weak. Didn't the demon emperor transfer a large number of demon gods away? We will take this opportunity to destroy their foundation. Therefore, I will target the 6 provincial capitals of the demons closest to the dragon-resisting pass. We will kill the main force of the demons in these provincial capitals and carry out a certain amount of damage. We don't need to kill too many, but we need to plunder or destroy the accumulated resources of these provincial capitals. That will be enough to make the demon emperor badly battered. The demons have a total of 24 provinces. These 6 provinces in the north occupy a quarter of them. According to the characteristics of the demons, most of their resources are gathered in the capital cities of each province. If the plan succeeds, it will be difficult for the demon emperor to directly attack the southeast stronghold and Wanshou Pass. He must consider the factors of instability in the rear while attacking the Federation. Everyone nodded in agreement with Long Houchen's strategy. In fact, before the expedition, they already had a general battle plan. Long Houchen just explained it in more detail at this time. Kair said, "Then let's do it this way. After resting and reorganizing, we will divide into 6 groups and go deep into the demons to fight." Long Houchen said, "The 6 groups must maintain close contact with each other. Once you find a demon god guarding a province, inform me immediately. I will rush over and destroy the demon god pillar as soon as possible." Compared to resources, the demon god pillar is the foundation of the demons and also the foundation of the demons' existence. Lin Xan said, "What we are most afraid of now is that the demon emperor will throw caution to the wind. If he ignores our actions and still wants to lead the army to attack Wanshou Pass or the southeast stronghold, and use it as a breakthrough to penetrate deep into the Federation to burn, kill, and loot, we will also be very passive. The key is that the Federation's resources are much richer than the demons. If we can rob them, so can they." Long Houchen nodded and said, "I have seriously considered this problem that you are worried about. It is possible. After all, if the demon emperor wants to lead the army over, he will need enough time. Therefore, I estimate that the demon emperor will most likely divide his army into 2 groups." Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as he asked, "What do you mean by splitting up?" Long Houchen's simple words coincided with what he was thinking. Long Houchen said, "The demon emperor wants to get rid of me as soon as possible, and we are stirring up trouble in the north, so he will definitely not let go of the opportunity to deal with us. Therefore, I estimate that he will likely lead a group of the strongest demon emperor to fight us in the shortest time possible. This group of demons is likely to be part of the 54 demon gods he mobilized, as well as a part of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, moon demons, and star demons. The demon emperor has absolute confidence in his own strength, so he will not bring too many strong demons. The total number may not even exceed 1,000. In fact, under normal circumstances, this kind of strength is enough to defeat us because the demon emperor does not know that the ancestors have joined us. On the other side of the split, the demon emperor's target is most likely the southeast fortress. The demons may have already found out that we are mobilizing our troops, but it is impossible for him to know that the southeast fortress, where the warrior temple is located, is still the weakest. He will definitely think that the southeast fortress, where the warrior temple is located, is still the weakest, but he will not know that we have already divided the professions of the 6 major temple. Moreover, before we set off, we have also arranged for part of the assassin temple's strength to reinforce the Wanshou Pass and the southeast fortress. The demon emperor has mobilized a terrifying number of troops this time, and he will also leave at least 20 demon gods to command the troops. If they directly attack the southeast fortress, it will indeed be a huge threat to us. However, the southeast fortress is not that easy to control. After the last Holy War, all the major fortresses have strengthened their defenses. At the same time, once they find out the specific movements of the demon army, the Wanshou Pass and Jiaoling Pass, which are closest to the southeast fortress, will also immediately send reinforcements. Most importantly, all the major fortresses are now guarded by 9 ancestors. Once one of the fortresses is attacked, with the strength of the ancestors, they will be able to rush to the fortress in 1 to 3 days. With the combined strength of more than 40 ancestors, even if the enemy is strong and led by more than 20 demon gods, It will not be easy for them to break through our impregnable fortress. They may even suffer a great loss. After listening to Long Houchen's analysis, everyone could not help but be moved. Xiao, who could not produce any expression on his face, but the admiration in his eyes were very clear. He thought to himself that it was really not luck that Xiaolong could become the #1 person in the Federation at such a young age. Not only was he extremely talented in cultivation, but his mind was also calm and meticulous. With this kid in control of the overall situation of the Federation, the possibility of winning the decisive battle with the demons would be much higher. Long Houchen's speculation was exactly the same as what he had in mind, so he did not say anything more. He just watched silently as Long Houchen carried out the arrangements. After determining the strategy and tactics, the next step was to divide the troops. The razor-sharp corps was divided into 6 groups, led by Long Houchen, Kair, Qin Yinger, Wang Yuanyuan, Han Yu, and Zhang Fangfang. Each army was led by 3 eternal heroes. Sima Xian was in a group with Chen Yinger, Lin Xian was in a group with Wang Yuanyuan, Duan was in a group with Han Yu, Yang Wenjiao was in a group with Zhang Fangfang, and Yuting was in a group with Kair. The troops were divided into 6 groups and set off at the same time. Long Houchen was in charge of the most central of the 6 target provinces, so that he could rush to the other provinces where the demon gods had appeared and destroy the demon god pillars as soon as possible. Although Long Houchen didn't have any companions in his group, he was the strongest, and he had Xiaohua's support. His overall strength wasn't any weaker than the other 5 groups. After the razor-sharp corps, which originally only had a little more than 10,000 people, was divided into smaller groups, they became more agile. They were like 6 real sharp knives, stabbing straight into the northern hinterland of the demons. The game of life and death between the Temple Federation and the demons had finally begun. Demons, Demon Palace. Tree demon god Basong is dead. His demon god pillar has also been destroyed. Demon Emperor's expression was very ugly. The moment the tree demon god pillar was destroyed, he felt it. This was the 3rd demon god pillar that had been destroyed. Below it stood dozens of demons, each with a powerful aura. They were the foundation of the demons, and also the most powerful group of demons, the demon gods. However, these were all powerful existences among the demon race. Yet at this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, quietly standing there. Even those who dared to raise their heads to look at the demon god emperor were only a few in the front row. Tree demon god Basong was dead. He was responsible for guarding the dragon resisting pass. The destruction of the demon god pillar undoubtedly meant that Long Houchen had taken action. Your Majesty, I have already ordered to get accurate information from that side as soon as possible. However, Heart City is too far from Samo Province. It will take at least 3 days for accurate information to arrive. Moon Demon Agars said, respectfully. He knew very well that the Demon Emperor was most anxious to know whether it was Austin Griffin or Long Houchen who destroyed the Demon God Pillar. If it was only Long Houchen who destroyed the Demon God Pillar with part of Austin Griffin's bloodline power, then the problem would be relatively small. However, if Austin Griffin did not die, then the problem would be huge. Demon Emperor's eyes were still cold. He didn't feel distressed about the death of the Demon God Pillar. He could still cultivate them again. However, the Demon God Pillar was the true foundation of the demons. It was like the framework that supported the demons. 3 Demon God Pillars had been destroyed. It didn't seem to be a lot, but what if it continued? What about 10 or 20 years? How many Demon God Pillars would be destroyed? Vashik, Demon Emperor, looked at the Star Demon beside the Moon Demon. Vashik nodded and said, "After receiving the news, I used the prophecy spell immediately. It was only aimed at whether Austin Griffin would appear or not. It should be accurate. The one who destroyed the Demon God Pillar should be Long Houchen. However, I don't know why, but I felt a life aura on him. It's not like the life prophecy that he's an undead." Hearing Vashik's words, the Demon Emperor's expression relaxed. He nodded and said, "That's right. Long Houchin saved Yi Xiaolei. Yi Xiaolei is a clone left behind by the goddess of nature. It can be said that she has the strongest life force on the continent. With her around, Long Houchin's heart might really recover. At the very least, she will bring a strong life aura to Long Houchin." Vashik suddenly said, "So that's how it is. No wonder." After the prophecy of life last time, the Demon Emperor's confidence in the Star Demon's prophecy spell had increased greatly. At this time, with his accurate judgment, the Demon Emperor's expression also looked slightly better. As long as Austin Griffin really died, he would not care about a mere Long Houchin. However, Long Houchin must also die. He had part of Austin Griffin's bloodline in him. Once he was allowed to grow to an uncontrollable level, it would be a fatal blow to the demons. "Your Majesty, should we still proceed according to the original plan?" the necromancer demon god Samakina asked respectfully. The Demon Emperor frowned and said, "Is it ready?" Samakina nodded and said, "At most 3 days, the army will be reorganized. Although the numbers cannot be compared to the previous Holy War, the millions of soldiers gathered this time are all elites of various races. With your Majesty's leadership, we will definitely be able to break through like a hot knife through butter." The Demon Emperor nodded and said, "All right, everything will proceed according to plan for the time being. Agars, within 3 days, I want accurate news from the north." "Yes." The Moon Demon Agars replied respectfully. "Disperse, all of you make your own preparations." The Demon Emperor stood up, waved his sleeves, turned around, and walked towards the back of the Demon Palace. Abao, who was standing beside him, hurriedly followed. However, when he heard Long Houchin's name again, Abao could not help but clench his fists again. As soon as the Demon Emperor left, the demon gods present immediately relaxed. Their expressions were no longer as tense as before. The demon gods who were familiar with each other greeted each other and left the demon palace. The star demon god, Vasak, was naturally walking together with the moon demon god, Agars. The two demon gods slowly walked out of the demon palace, their expressions somewhat solemn. "Third brother, what do you think?" While walking, Agars asked Vasak next to him. Although they were in Demonic City, the conversation between the two was still transmitted. With their cultivation, even the demon god emperor couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. Vasak frowned and lightly shook his head. Agars was too familiar with him. Seeing his expression, he could not help but be shocked and said, "Are you not optimistic about the operation of our army this time? There is still a fundamental gap between the overall strength of the humans and us. Your Majesty is even more determined this time. Can't we still defeat the humans?" Vasak sighed and said, "Second brother, do you still remember what I said after the great prophecy spell for Long Houchin and Austin Griffin? The existence of Long Houchin has completely threatened the rule of our race, and that was also the only chance." He deliberately emphasized the word only, causing the moon demon god Agars to suck in a breath of cold air. "You mean the current Long Houchin has already become a force to be reckoned with?" Star Demon Vasak nodded and said, "According to the news from the north, Long Houchin has probably obtained the approval of the first of the 6th throne of God of the Knights Templars, the throne of God of eternity and creation. This throne of God has never had a master for more than 6,000 years. Ever since it descended, it has only had a symbolic role among humans. This is enough to prove many problems. Moreover, the one who has it is Long Houchin. Not only that, I suspect that Austin Griffin is not dead. If Long Houchin can come back to life in this form, why can't Austin Griffin? Since Austin Griffin can reincarnate, his vitality must be extremely strong. Moreover, according to my research on blood contracts, once the blood contract ends, even if the master is alive, the power of the blood contract will gradually weaken. Long Houchin was able to use the power of Austin Griffin's bloodline to destroy the demon god pillar of the tree demon god Busan. How could his bloodline be weak? Moreover, I also sensed a powerful force assisting Long Houchen from the prophecy spell this time. Agars was completely shocked after hearing Vasak's words. Third brother, why didn't you say it in front of His Majesty just now? Vasak smiled indifferently and said, Why should I say it? Even if I said it, would His Majesty believe it? In front of so many demon gods, he might even blame me for shaking the morale of the army. I have already died once, and I don't want to die again. At this point, a cold light flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Moon Demon Agars was also silent. He gently patted Vasak's shoulder and said, Third brother, go back and have a good rest. Maybe we will set off soon. With that, he strode away. Looking at the back of the moon demon god Agars, the star demon god Vasak sighed and said, Second brother, oh, second brother, do you really think I don't know anything? If it wasn't for you for me. Shaking his head hard, Vasak sighed again and turned to leave. In the process of leaving, there was a look of contemplation in his eyes. Moon Demon Agars directly returned to his Moon Demon Palace. Returning to his bedroom, Agars sat on his favorite throne and closed his eyes as if he was thinking silently. After a quarter of an hour, he seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly stood up, walked to the bookcase, and pulled out an inconspicuous book from the middle of the bookcase. Suddenly, the bookcase made a slight creaking sound and slowly moved to the left. The sound was very soft, and in just a dozen seconds, a door appeared behind the bookcase. When he walked through the door, the bookcase closed on its own, and the book that was pulled out also returned to its original position. A faint purple light shone from Agar's body, illuminating the surrounding pitch-black tunnel. After walking for a dozen meters and going down a flight of stairs, there was light. Who is it? A deliberately suppressed voice sounded. It's me, Agar said lightly. A figure, shrouded in black, appeared silently in front of him. What's the situation? Agars and the man in black walked into a dark room next to him. The room was very simple. There was a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. There was also some food on the table. Agars did not sit down. He walked into the room and stood still. The situation is very delicate. It's hard to say now. However, according to Vasak, the Demon Emperor's operation this time may not be successful. Vasak stressed that the plan against Long Houchen and his Light of Dawn monster hunters was the only chance. Long Houchen is still alive, which means that the opportunity has been lost. In other words, the demons are likely to really go downhill. Can Vasak's words be trusted? The man in black asked in a deep voice. Agars nodded and said, It should be credible. That's what he said at the beginning. Moreover, Vasak has always been on good terms with me. I even suspect that he already knows something. I have to find a chance to talk to him. Then what should we do? The man in black asked again. Agars thought for a while and said, According to the Demon Emperor's original plan, after gathering the army this time, he will directly lead the army west and break through the southeast fortress, which is the closest to our Demon Heart City. Then he will continue west, deep into the Human Temple Federation's hinterland, and directly kill his way to the Holy City, forcing the Temple Federation to fight us in the Holy City. At that time, Long Houchen will definitely return. He will completely cripple the humans in the Holy City. At the same time, he will use this holy war as an opportunity to plunder the human world. Not only will he plunder their belongings, but he will also plunder a large number of people. This will drain the resources that the humans have accumulated for thousands of years. Then he will not destroy the humans. He will withdraw after extracting the essence of the humans. Of course, during the whole war, he must kill some of the leading human powerhouses. Here, he has placed Long Houchen first. This is indeed a good idea. It is simple and direct. Suppress the humans with open schemes and absolute strength. Is the Demon Emperor going to change his mind after hearing about the death of the tree demon god? The man in black asked. Agars shook his head and said, At least for now, he has no intention of changing his mind. This method is indeed the most beneficial for the demons. Do you know why Agars wants to gather more than 50 demon gods in Demon City? Moreover, he wants all of them to carry their own demon god pillars. The man in black was taken aback. Isn't it to concentrate on launching a holy war against the Temple Federation? Agar sneered and said, Others might not know, but do you think I don't know? The Demon Emperor is afraid of Long Houchin. What he is most afraid of now is that Long Houchin will lead his Light of Dawn monster hunters deep into the demons and specifically attack us demon gods. In that case, it will be impossible to guard against them. Chapter 284. Agars continued. The Demon God Emperor told me that Long Houchin's current strength is very strong. With his cultivation, to be able to say the word very strong, I'm afraid that Long Houchin's current cultivation isn't something that ordinary demon gods can contend against. That's why he gathered most of the demon gods together to prevent Long Houchin from defeating them one by one. At the same time, he could also concentrate his strength to launch a war. The Demon God Emperor's plan can't be said to be incomplete. Then what do we do now? Send a letter to Long Houchin? The man in black asked doubtfully. Agar shook his head and said, No, wait a little longer. I've already decided. This holy war is also an important opportunity for us. But even if we want to communicate with Long Houchin, we have to wait until we have accurate information. This time, we can't make any mistakes. When we have accurate information, you will personally make a trip. Okay, poof! With a muffled sound, the huge demon god pillar instantly shattered into countless fragments, flying in the air. Long Houchin floated in the air, the huge white wings, formed by the eternal armor, spread out, making him look like a god descending from the sky. And just below the demon god pillar, a demon god had completely lost all signs of life, and its demon god crystal core was in Long Houchin's hands. The battle in the 6 northern provinces was nearing its end. The 6 divisions of the Vanguard Legion were invincible. The capital of the 6 northern provinces of the demons were all conquered without any suspense. Among them, Long Houchin and the others found 2 demon gods, both of whom died at the hands of Long Houchin. Even their demon god pillars were destroyed. At this point, among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, as many as 5 had been destroyed. Elder Shao, how's the situation in the city? Long Houchin asked Elder Shao beside him. Shao smiled and said, Everything went smoothly. Before we came, Kair and the others had already solved most of the problems here. All the resources have been taken away by the magicians in their storage rings. This demon god pillar has also been destroyed. What should we do next? Long Houchin said, Based on the time, no matter what, the Demon Emperor should have received accurate information by now, and he should be making his move. We should first gather our forces together, then break through another province to the south, and then we'll have to play hide and seek with the Demon Emperor. What? In the Demon Emperor's bedroom, looking at the moon demon, Agars, the Demon Emperor was furious. He stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the room. Agar stood respectfully at the side with his hands by his side. Looking at the anxious Demon Emperor, his heart moved slightly, but he didn't show it on the surface. What a good Long Houchin. After walking for a full 5 minutes, the Demon Emperor stopped and narrowed his eyes. The anger in his eyes gradually extinguished and was replaced with a trace of admiration. To be able to make the most accurate judgment in the shortest time possible and put it into action, killing 3 of my demon gods and destroying the capital of my 6 northern provinces, he's trying to lure me there. The Demon Emperor said coldly. Moon Demon Agars nodded and said, My judgment is the same as your Majesty's. This time, the information sent back should be very accurate. Long Houchin is leading a small but elite army. According to the scouts, there are more than 20 Type 9 powerhouses in this army, and their cultivation is not weak. It might even be a gathering of the upper echelons of the 6 major temples to gather such strength. Since that's the case, the human strongholds should be empty. Should we follow the original plan and attack the southeast stronghold? The demon emperor narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, Long Houchin is trying to shake the foundation of our race. Now that the 6 northern provinces are in chaos, if we don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will endanger our rule. Long Houchin's shrewdness lies in not massacring, but destroying the economic lifelines of the 6 provinces, destroying and pillaging the capital. This will cause the 6 northern provinces' economy to suffer a fatal blow. Will the races there be at peace? They don't even need to make a move. Without a source of food, there will be internal strife. It won't be long before the north is in chaos. If we don't pacify it, the chaos will continue to spread south. If the area covered is too large, while we are fighting at the front lines, the rear will be in chaos. In the end, it will be hard to say who will be the final victor. The north must be pacified, and it must be done quickly. Long Houchin's shrewdness lies in attacking the enemy's weak points, forcing us to submit. Moon Demon Agars nodded. Your Majesty, why don't I lead the Moon Devils? I'm confident that even if we can't kill Long Houchin, we can still force him and his troops back to the human territory. You can still act according to the original plan. As long as there's a crisis among the humans, Long Houchin won't submit. The demon god emperor lightly nodded and said, This is a method. With your prestige in the clan, suppressing the 6 northern provinces shouldn't be a big problem. As long as we plunder enough resources from the human side, the other problems will be easily solved. However, there is still one more problem that you haven't thought about. What if you can't stop Long Houchin and are defeated by him? Moon Demon Agars froze for a moment. Your Majesty, could it be that Long Houchin already has the strength to defeat me? The demon god emperor shook his head. He didn't. However, his cultivation is already not weak. Most importantly, he has 2 supreme god artifacts on him. The divine throne of eternity and creation is undoubtedly one of them, and he also has a shield. Back then, when he saved Yi Xiaolei, he used the power of the supreme god artifact on the shield to repel me. Otherwise, how could he have taken Yi Xiaolei away in front of me? If he has more than 20 Type 9 powerhouses by his side, including his glimmer of dawn monster hunters, then it won't be easy to deal with him. Furthermore, we still have 7 or 8 demon gods on the mainland. If we let him lead his army to attack, it won't just be our foundation that's unstable. Agars asked, What do you mean, Your Majesty? A cold glint flickered in the demon god emperor's eyes as he said, I'll follow his wishes. Last time, he said that he wished to fight me and die by my hands. I gave him that glory, and this time, I'll bestow that glory on him again. Let's see if he can resurrect again. After saying this, the demon god emperor returned to his throne and sat down. He said in a deep voice, Agars, pass on my orders. The Moon Demon clan and the Star Demon clan will send out half of their manpower. You will choose 20 demon gods to accompany you, as well as 200 clansmen of the 7th step and above from Seminaga and Marbus. Tomorrow morning, follow me into battle. Puh. Father, a Bao, who was standing at the side, hurried forward. Demon Emperor looked at him coldly. Follow me into battle. I'll assign 20 of my tribesmen to be the vanguard. We'll leave tonight. Your mission is to find the exact location of Long Houchin and his army. When we arrive, wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes, the excitement in a Bao's eyes could not be concealed, and he immediately knelt on one knee to receive the order. Demon Emperor said solemnly, I know you've always wanted to kill Long Houchin with your own hands. These few years, your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. However, you're the vanguard. You can't be rash, nor can you engage Long Houchin rashly. Prioritize the bigger picture. If you're discovered by Long Houchin, you just need to lead your tribesmen to tie him down and report back at any time. Yes, Father. Bao bowed to Demon Emperor once again, then impatiently turned around and left. Watching Bao's departing figure, Agars couldn't help but say hesitantly, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, is extremely ambitious. With him as the vanguard, I'm afraid Demon Emperor smiled indifferently. How can there be progress without setbacks? He's my son. Long Houchen can't kill him even if he wants to. So let him try his luck with Long Houchen. I want to see who's stronger. If it weren't for Long Houchen ruining my plans, I would have already passed the position of Demon Emperor to a bow. Hearing this, Agars was startled, and immediately understood that His Highness the Crown Prince was much stronger than he appeared. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu continued, "Call Samakina, Marbus, and Valefor over at the same time." Yes, Agars had already vaguely guessed the Demon Emperor's goal. He sighed inwardly and didn't say anything else. He quickly left the Demon Palace and passed on the order. Demon City had already been preparing for a long time. With the Demon Emperor's order, the entire Demon City was in a state of turmoil. 2 hours later, the fourth pillar of the demon race, the necromancy demonic god Samina, the fifth pillar, the hell demonic god Malbus, and the sixth pillar, the bear demonic god Valefor, excitedly walked out of the demon palace. As soon as Valefor walked out of the demon palace, he waved his arms and said, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, it seems that His Majesty trusts us the most, giving us such an important task. Ha! I wonder if Agars and Vasak are banging their heads against the wall in their own palaces right now." The 72 demon pillars of the demons were also divided into factions. Everyone knew that the moon demon and the star demon were on good terms, while the necromancer demon god, the hell demon god, and the bear demons had a closer relationship. In terms of overall strength, the demons, hell demons, and the bear demon under their command were stronger than the moon demons and the star demons. This was because their numbers weren't proportional, but their ranking was always lower. Samakina snorted and said, "What's there to be happy about? That's right, this is a good task, but we have to successfully attack the human fortress first. Don't think that the humans are easy to deal with. Moreover, His Majesty gave us such an important task, not because he trusts us more, but because he thinks that we can't threaten his rule at all." Valefor looked at Samina with a puzzled expression, revealing an inquiring expression. Hell, demon god Marba X said, "Fourth brother is right. Sixth brother, don't think that Agars and Vasak only have the strength of their own race. They are on good terms with many demon gods. In terms of overall strength, we are not their match at all. Moreover, Agars and Vasak's individual strength is the most important. If His Majesty has something to do and chooses anew, fifth brother, be careful with your words." Samakina glared at him, and Marbus immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Valefor asked curiously, "Is that Agars really that powerful? If I have the chance, I'd like to see how strong he is." Samakina said in a deep voice, "You don't have to try. If my information is accurate enough, then even the three of us together may not be Agars's match." What? This time not only Valefor, but even Marbus was shocked. "Agars is actually this strong?" Marbus asked hoarsely. Samakina nodded and said, "He's only stronger than you think. Don't be fooled by how respectful he is in front of His Majesty. In fact, I have reliable information that Agars's cultivation is definitely above rank 7 or even at rank 8. Haven't you noticed? In the past 100 years, no matter where His Majesty goes, he will definitely bring Agars with him. It seems that he has the closest relationship with second brother, but in fact he is only guarding against second brother. Agars and Vashik will even pose a certain threat to His Majesty. The last time His Majesty wanted to force Vashik to death, he was ruthless. It was not just because of Austin Griffin. His Majesty really wanted to change to another star demon. Vashik's cultivation is not much lower than Agars's, and his great prophecy is too terrifying in battle. That day in the demon palace, Agars and Vashik's demon god pillars were not by their side. Otherwise, they might have even fought His Majesty to the death. In the end, His Majesty still failed to force Vashik to death. At that time, I noticed that when Vashik cast the life prophecy, His Majesty looked at Agar's at least 5 times. It was clearly a wary look. Moreover, if I remember correctly, at the last moment of the life prophecy, as the caster, Vashik, could cast a terrifying prophecy power to launch an attack. His Majesty was not necessarily not confident in dealing with the 2 of them, but he was not confident in escaping unscathed. That was why he saved Vashik's life at the last moment. Valefor's excitement completely vanished after hearing Samakina's words. He had always thought that, although he was ranked 6th, his cultivation would not be too different from the few demon gods in front of him. After hearing Samakina's words, he realized that Agar's and Vashik were actually so tyrannical. His confidence immediately dropped a lot. Samakina smiled and said, "You don't have to be discouraged. Many times, being too powerful is not necessarily a good thing. His Majesty's cultivation has reached a level that we can't imagine. His future goal is to become a god and then pass the throne to a Bao. Although a Bao's progress is very fast, he is still far from being comparable to Agar's and Vashik. Do you understand?" Marbus and Valefor's eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this. Seeing that they understood, Samakina smiled and said, "Maybe our ranking will change when the time comes. Well, let's go. No matter what, we must first complete the task given by His Majesty. This is a good job. The wealth of mankind is waving at us." Whether it was the Temple Federation or the demons, there was already an undercurrent surging. An unprecedented war was in the silence before the outbreak. Just as Samakina and the other 2 were discussing, a Bao had already set off with 20 powerhouses of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, heading north at the fastest speed. This is a good idea. With only the few of us, it will be much easier to advance or retreat. Lin Xian said with some excitement. Long Houchin nodded and said, "Pass the order. Hanyu, you return with the army and prepare to meet us at the border outside the dragon-resisting pass." "Yes." Hanyu immediately got up and left. They had just finished destroying the capital of the 7th province in the north of the demons. The Sharp Blade Corps had also finished gathering here. For the past 7 days, the Sharp Blade Corps could be said to have been moving non-stop, fighting in the north. They were like a strong wind. Everywhere they went, they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. But in terms of time, the demons must have already made their move. If they continued to go deeper, they would have to attack the south, and the possibility of encountering reinforcements from the demons was much higher. Therefore, after Long Houchin discussed with his companions, they decided to let the Sharp Blade Corps withdraw to the dragon-resisting pass first, while he, the Light of Dawn, and the Eternal Hero continued to attack the next province of the demons. The people who stayed behind were all Stage 9 powerhouses. No matter what happened, at least they could guarantee the speed of retreat. Even if they didn't encounter reinforcements from the demons, the next target would be the last battle to lure the enemy. Rest here for an hour, then set off for the Gala province. The Gala province was located in the north-central part of the demons. Although it was still very far from the central province, it was already parallel to the Magic Temple's Jialing Pass. It was also not close to the dragon-resisting pass. At this time, they were in a call 100 miles away from the capital of the demons' province. Although there were many ordinary soldiers in the provinces to the north of the demons, it could be said that there were almost none that could pose a threat to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to march straight in and destroy the capital of 6 provinces in such a short period of time. According to the news from the rear, the demons' garrison outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass had already mobilized 100,000 troops to encircle and suppress them. However, they didn't have a demon god to command them, so it was clear that it was just for show. If they really encountered them, the one who would be defeated would be the other side. The reason why Long Houchin had Hanyu lead the Vanguard Legion to retreat was to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the demons' army, thereby further reducing the pressure on the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was currently the weakest of the 6 impregnable passes of humanity. Almost half of the manpower had been secretly transferred away, but there were still 9 eternal heroes overseeing it. Although the garrison outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass had more troops than the dragon-resisting pass, their strength was far inferior to the 200,000 demons that Long Houchen and the others had defeated outside the dragon-resisting pass. The Vanguard Legion was made up of humanity's true elites, and with the addition of Hanyu, the Knight of the Seal, leading them, they simply didn't need to fear their opponents. And Long Houchen, who was pondering the following countermeasures, as well as determining the Demon Emperor's possible movements, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the southeast with a slightly puzzled gaze. Although Xiaohua and Xu Yongzhao's cultivation was higher than his, in terms of spiritual power, he was still the most powerful among them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most powerful among humanity. Being in the hinterland of the demons, Long Houchen always maintained vigilance. His spiritual power's detection range exceeded a diameter of 10 li, and any movement would be immediately discovered. There's a demons coming towards us. Their strength isn't weak, at least at the 8th rank. Long Houchen frowned slightly. Me? Kai. Looked at Long Houchen with an inquisitive expression. Long Houchen shook his head and said, "There's no need. We'll just wait for them to come over. They're coming straight towards us, so it's obvious that they've discovered us. Since they dared to come after us alone, they must have something up their sleeves. They probably aren't here to fight us." As he said that, a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, if I'm not wrong, these demons are most likely the ones I've been waiting for. The other party came very quickly. In less than 10 minutes after entering Long Houchen's spiritual detection range, they had already appeared at the top of the mountain beside the colonel. As they were in the call, Long Houchen and the others weren't very well hidden. When the demons saw them, they immediately leaped down and raised their hands at the same time, showing that they weren't hostile. Very soon they were close. From the figure, it was actually a woman. Her entire body was covered in black, including her head. No one could see her appearance clearly. "Stop!" Yang Wenjiao stood up at the periphery and held the heavy sword in his hand horizontally, blocking the female demon's path. The person in black stopped in her tracks and said, "I have no ill intentions. Long Houchen, you're really still alive." As she spoke, the person in black lifted her hand and took off the black hood on her head. Although Long Houchen had already guessed the purpose of the demons that suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the person in front of him. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes as he said, "Why did you come personally?" The person standing in front of Yang Wenjiao was dressed in black. Wasn't she the most beloved daughter of the moon demon Agars of the 72 demons, the princess of the moon demons, Yu Yi? After 5 years, Yu Yi didn't seem to have changed much. The lifespan of high-level demons was much longer than that of humans. To her, 5 years didn't leave any traces of the passage of time. However, her eyes looked calmer, and her cultivation was much stronger than before. She was at least at the peak of the 8th stage, close to the standard of the 9th stage. If I didn't come personally, how could I gain your trust? Yu Yi had a bitter look on her face, and her eyes were slightly disappointed. 5 years had passed, and many things had changed. However, the deepest shadow in her heart had never changed. When she received the news that Long Houchen had died in battle, she was immersed in deep sorrow for a whole month. She knew very well that the news she brought to Long Houchen had become part of the Demon Emperor's trap. Not long ago, when she received the news that Long Houchen was not dead, the first thing she felt was disbelief. She couldn't believe that Long Houchen could come back to life after the Demon Emperor confirmed his death. It was difficult for her to describe her feelings at that time. She didn't know whether she should be happy or vigilant, but she came in the end, and she came to Long Houchen. 5 years had passed, and she and he were almost separated forever. Now that they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. In Long Houchen's eyes, Yu Yi hadn't changed much, but in her eyes, Long Houchen had changed dramatically. He had more dignity and nobility than before, and he was also more mature. The original immaturity had completely disappeared. Just by standing there, He gave people the feeling that he was the core of heaven and earth. It was this human who was less than 30 years old who had become a big problem for the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, Yu Yi felt a little proud. The man she fell in love with was so extraordinary. Kai unknowingly came to Long Haochen's side. She didn't say anything else, just stood there quietly, looking at Yu Yi. Yu Yi woke up from her gaze with Long Haochen, and a touch of sadness quietly spread from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she knew that there would never be a real intersection between them. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her emotions and her eyes became firm. Long Haochen, are you still willing to believe me? Without waiting for Long Haochen to speak, Sima Xian said in a low voice, "How do you want us to believe you? If it weren't for your information, how could we have fallen into the Demon Emperor's trap? If it weren't for our good luck, we would have been completely wiped out." Yu Yi nodded silently and said, "Yes, that time, whether it was you or me, we were all victims of the Demon Emperor's plan. If you want revenge, then come. Long Haochen, you have two choices now. One is to kill me and take revenge for what happened last time, and the other is to believe me again." Yu Yi was sizing up Long Haochen, and Long Haochen was also sizing her up. It wasn't that he didn't suspect Yu Yi, but this suspicion wasn't deep. After Long Haochen was resurrected, he carefully pondered over the process of falling into the Demon Emperor's trap. This process made him feel very strange, because he couldn't imagine how the Demon Emperor calculated that he would inevitably arrive at Demon City. As for Yu Yi, before he went to Demon City, she simply didn't know where he and his companions would go. And after he communicated with her, she quickly took action. And at that time, in their understanding, the Demon Emperor was still far away outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Even if Yu Yi wanted to inform the Demon Emperor, it was absolutely too late. Therefore, Long Haochen didn't suspect that Yu Yi was deceiving him. It could only be said that Yu Yi was also kept in the dark by the Demon Emperor. "If you have something to say, then say it," Long Haochen said lightly. He didn't show that he continued to believe Yu Yi, nor did he blame her for what happened last time. Yu Yi looked at the increasingly mature Long Haochen and said, "You must have felt very strange about what happened last time. Why was the Demon Emperor able to grasp your whereabouts so accurately?" "I can tell you the answer now. It's because of the Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique. The Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique not only predicted that you would be a huge threat to the future of the demons, but also predicted that that was the only opportunity to deal with you. He could even feel the method and process of dealing with you through the Great Prophecy Technique, calculating when you would definitely appear in the Star Demon Tower. And everything the Demon Emperor did before that was to make you lower your guard. And this matter, only the Demon Emperor and the Star Demon know the specific situation. Even my father doesn't know." Long Haochen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is, then no wonder." Seeing that Long Haochen believed her a little, Yu Ye's heart also relaxed a little. She said, "Do you still remember the cooperation I proposed? Now that you are the president of the Temple Federation, you have more authority among humans. I came this time to continue our cooperation." Long Haochen said, "So, you think we can defeat the Demon Emperor?" Yu Yi shook her head and said, "No, in terms of strength, I'm still not optimistic about you, but we are willing to take a gamble because this may be the only chance. Once you are defeated by the Demon Emperor, then at least for the next few thousand years, humans will not have any chance to counterattack. Moreover, the Star Demon Vashik's Great Prophecy Technique predicted that the last time was the only chance for the Demon Emperor to deal with you, and you did not die that time, which will be an important turning point for the decline of the demons. The Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique has always been accurate, which is also one of the reasons why we are willing to gamble." Long Haochen said, "I need to see your sincerity." Yu Yi nodded and said, "Of course, the Demon Emperor has ordered the necromancer demon god Semikina, the hell demon god Marbus, and the Bear Veilfar to lead more than 30 demon gods to attack the southeast stronghold and the Wancho Pass, in order to break through the obstacles of the stronghold and infiltrate the human territory to fight. At the same time, the Demon Emperor has ordered Abao to be the vanguard, leading 20 demon gods on the way, while he himself is leading most of the Moon Devils and Star Demons elites, as well as 20 demon gods and the entire heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. A conservative estimate is that there are more than 200 of them at the Ninth Order and 1,000 of them at the Eighth Order and above. Based on the time and the degree of hatred Abao has for you, he should be able to cross the Kiara province and arrive here in half a day at most. The main force of the Demon Emperor, and the rest will be about 8 hours behind him. After listening to Yu Ye's words, the Light of Dawn monster hunters couldn't help but be shocked. One reason was that Long Haochin had predicted the enemy's movements, and the Demon Emperor had indeed divided his forces into two. The other reason was the terrifying strength that the Demon Emperor had brought. More than 20 demon gods fighting against the humans at the same time was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, there were experts from the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, Moon Devils, and Star Demons. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It was almost 10 times their current strength. It was evident how powerful the demons were. What surprised them even more was that Yi didn't hesitate to give them accurate information, especially the time of the enemy's arrival. This could be said to be crucial to their next move. On the battlefield, many times an accurate piece of military information was equivalent to a victory. Yi didn't even discuss the conditions and just said all this. If what she said was true, then although the Demon Emperor was powerful, they could always find a way to deal with it. However, to the surprise of everyone and Yi, Long Haochin said calmly, "I still don't see your sincerity." Yi was stunned at first, and then said with some annoyance, "This is still not enough? What else do you want? Do you think I'm lying to you? I can guarantee with my life that everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can put a restriction on me until the information is confirmed. If the information is false, you can do whatever you want of me." Long Haochin shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't believe your information, but it's just information. It's not enough sincerity. You are an organization, not just you. I also believe that after so many years of development, the strength of your organization should be quite considerable and should have a certain amount of influence in the demons. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me with such confidence. Am I right? The sincerity I need to see is the sincerity of your organization, not just you. Therefore, I want to know who the real leader of your organization is. If you are willing to tell me, then I believe that our cooperation will be established." After Long Haochin led the Dagger Legion into the demons' territory, the troops were divided into 6 groups, and the capital of the 6 northern provinces of the demons were severely damaged, but they did not kill too much. He wanted to put on a show for Yu Ye's organization, and was waiting for the other party to contact him. However, he did not expect that it would be Yu Yi, who had been missing for a long time in the demons, coming in person. After listening to Long Haochin's words, Yu Ye's face suddenly looked a little pale, because she suddenly felt that the distance between her and Long Haochin seemed to have widened. It was completely based on interests, and his eyes were so calm when he looked at her. A touch of sadness quietly spread in her heart. Yes, he and I will not have any intersection. Isn't the relationship between me and him just based on interests? Yi understood that although Long Haochin's death last time was not because of her, that incident also made Long Haochin and his team have a strong dissatisfaction with her. She guessed it right. Long Haochin did not blame her, and he also knew that it was not her information that went wrong. However, after all, it was because of her information that the entire Light of Dawn monster hunters were in danger. The real reason why Long Haochin hated her was the pain that Kai Er had endured in the Tower of Eternity to resurrect him. Every night, when Long Haochin recalled Kai Er's experience in the Tower of Eternity, he would feel so distressed that he could not breathe. It was normal for him to vent his anger on Yu Yi. He was already very rational. For the sake of the Temple League's plan to defeat the demons, he did not blame Yu Yi. Looking at Yu Yi, who was standing there in contemplation, Long Haochen was not anxious at all. He had the patience to wait. Yu Yi coming in person was actually very sincere. However, for their organization, the biggest secret was undoubtedly who the leader of the organization was. Yu Yi had once revealed that the leader was a demon god. However, demon gods were also very different. The lower-ranked demon god's cultivation was even lower than an adult heaven, defying demon dragon. The higher the ranking, the higher the status among the demons, which also meant that Yu Ye's organization was stronger. Long Haochen was not sure whether Yu would tell him this news. If Yu Yi still chose to deny it in the end, he would still cooperate with her organization. If Yu Yi told him, then the cooperation would naturally be closer. Chapter 285. Yu Ye's contemplation lasted for a quarter of an hour before she raised her head again. Looking at Long Haochen, she suddenly said, "I can tell you, but I can only tell you, and you must promise that only you will know. You can't tell anyone else, even if it's your best friend, or even your wife." As she said that, she looked at Kaer with a slightly provocative gaze. Kaer calmly responded to her gaze, as if she didn't mind at all. "Okay, I promise you." Long Haochen didn't think too much and nodded. Yu Ye's identity as the leader of the organization was very important to him. It was related to the series of arrangements he would make in the future. Yu Yi slowly walked towards Long Haochen. This time, Yang Wenjiao didn't stop her. She walked until she was only 3 meters away from Long Haochen. Unexpectedly, she was still walking forward. Long Haochen couldn't help but frown. At this distance, it shouldn't be a problem for you to transmit your voice, right? Yu Yi shook her head and said, "This matter is very important. Your companion's strength isn't bad. I'm afraid that they will eavesdrop on us." As she said that, she had already arrived at Long Haochen's side and moved closer to his ear. Although Long Haochen was a little embarrassed, this matter was very important. He couldn't care less about anything else. Yu Ye's breath smelled like orchids. Her body exuded a faint fragrance. Perhaps because she was rushing at full speed, her body's fragrance was a little stronger than before. Long Haochen slightly moved away, but Yu Yi immediately caught up. She grabbed his arm with both hands and pulled his body lower. Then she whispered something in his ear. "What? It's actually him?" After listening to Yu Ye's words, Long Haochen was shocked. At this time, Yu Yi suddenly kissed his earlobe and quickly retreated. Her movements were very fast, but how could Kaer, who was standing at the side, not see her and Long Haochen? She suddenly became angry and said, Yu Yi quickly retreated 10 meters and said to Kaer, "What about me? You've already occupied his life. What's wrong with me kissing him? I like him." Kaer's face suddenly became gloomy. Her sharp eyes made Yu Ye's heart tighten. She subconsciously retreated a few steps. She could clearly feel the strong killing intent bursting out of Kaer. By this time, Long Haochen had recovered from the shock. His earlobe was numb. He couldn't describe the feeling, but he had no time to be embarrassed because the answer given by Yu Yi just now was too shocking. He naturally put his arm around Kaer's slender waist and said to Yu Yi, "You can go now. We'll start a full cooperation from now on. The first thing I need is information from your organization, not only from us, but also from the demon army's attack on Wanshou Pass and Southeast Fortress. I'll keep my promise. If we can defeat the demons in the end, then I'll leave a coastal province for your organization as your residence. You'll be allowed to govern yourselves for 500 years. Such a long time is enough for you to be completely assimilated." Yu Yi smiled and said, "Now that you believe me, how can I believe your promise?" Kaer couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Long Haochen is a man of his word. When did he go back on his word?" Yu Yi ignored her and just looked at Long Haochen. Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yu Yi smiled and said, "It's very simple. She pointed to her pink cheek and said, "Kiss me, and I'll believe you." "You." Kaier's anger rose, and she was about to flare up, but she was held tightly by Long Houchin. Normally, Kaier was very calm, but Yu Ye's provocation today had touched the bottom line in her heart. Although she trusted Long Houchin completely, Yu Ye's appearance was not inferior to hers. Moreover, she was teasing Long Houchin to the extreme. This made her extremely angry. Long Houchin hugged Kaier tightly. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You can leave. The cooperation is over." Yu Yi was stunned and said, "You're willing to disregard the future of the Temple Federation for her? You're not a qualified leader for doing this." Long Houchin said indifferently, "For Kaier, I'm even willing to give up my own beliefs. Moreover, without your organization, do you think we can't fight against the Demon Emperor? Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Without cooperation, there's no promise. If you're willing to choose the path of destruction, I have no reason to stop you." Kaier's tense body softened. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Long Houchin apologetically. She looked like a bullied wife and no longer had the anger from before. Yu Ye's eyes clearly showed a trace of disappointment, but the smile on her face did not diminish. She said, "All right, you're considerate. I was just joking. I believe in your sincerity. I have to rush back immediately. Our people will keep in touch with you. Be careful of Abao. His strength is already worlds apart from before. Moreover, I heard that the Demon Emperor even gave him some powerful equipment." With that said, she turned and floated away. Soon, she disappeared on the other side of the kernel. What no one saw was that as she left with her back facing Long Houchin, Yu Ye's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Kaier whispered softly in Long Houchin's ear, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." Long Houchin tightened his grip on her hand and said, "What are you saying sorry for?" Both of them smiled at each other. Everything turned into a gentle breeze and drizzle, nourishing each other's hearts. Shuyong Xiao rolled her eyes at Long Houchin. She snorted coldly and said, "Xiaolong, there are many temptations in this world. You're in a high position. You must guard your heart. Kaier, you must watch him closely." Kaier's face turned slightly red. "I believe in him." Long Houchin coughed lightly and said, "Yu Ye's news is very timely. We need to redeploy our plans. Since Abao is about to arrive with the vanguard, we need to give him a head-on blow. The Demon Emperor sending him as the vanguard is undoubtedly to find our position. This battle is unavoidable. We need to buy enough time for Han Yu and the rest to retreat." Xiaohua said, "This time the Demon Emperor did not come with good intentions. The ones he brought with him are the demon's strongest elites. With more than 200 Ninth Order experts, with our current strength, it's hard to resist. Should we call our companions back to the dragon-resisting pass?" Long Houchin shook his head and said, "We can't. The demon army's attack on the Wanshou Pass and the southeast fort has yet to be confirmed. We can't be the first to fall into chaos. First, we need to deal with Abao's vanguard. Then we need to clash with the Demon Emperor. Only by understanding the gap between me and the Demon Emperor can we formulate our next plan better." Long Houchin did not say it clearly, but Xiaohu could see that Long Houchin already had a plan in mind. Xiaohu did not say anything and only nodded, saying, "We can only take one step at a time." Abao. A cold light flashed in Long Houchin's eyes. He had fought with Abao twice. The second time was especially memorable. It happened to coincide with the awakening of Kaier's favored. Because of Abao's attack, Kaier was almost injured, and if not for Yi Xiaolei, who knows what would have happened in the end. But this time, it was obviously different from the first time. The black figures drew a black arc in the air. Because their speed was too fast, even if they were thousands of meters away, they still left faint afterimages in the air. Abao's eyes narrowed, a flame burning in his chest. 5 years, it had been more than 5 years. He had waited for this day for too long. Demon Emperor's advice to him had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Now, he only wanted to fight with Long Houchen head-on. He wanted to prove that he was stronger and more outstanding than Long Houchen. In his heart, it was not only because Long Houchen had once defeated him, but also because of the hatred of Yu Yi for breaking the engagement and stealing his wife on Long Houchen. It could be said that Long Houchen was Abao's most important enemy in this life. If he did not defeat Long Houchen, he would not be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. A black figure suddenly flew from the front, heading towards Abao and the others. Crown Prince. When the two sides met, the black figure suddenly stopped, then immediately flew in the opposite direction and caught up with Abao's team. Moreover, the speed of the entire team did not decrease at all. Any news? Abao asked coldly. The black figure was a strong man in black. Under his thick eyebrows, there was a pair of purple-black eyes. He looked to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a fierce face. Compared to the Moon Devils, the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan was more powerful, but in terms of appearance, they were not as handsome as the Moon Devils. According to the news we received, the capital of Tianluo Province, Tianluo City, was attacked just 6 hours ago. The capital was severely damaged, the granary was burned, and many mineral resources were looted. I continued to follow them for a while. About 10,000 human soldiers are advancing towards the north at a very fast speed. It seems that they have a premonition that we will come and have the intention to retreat. A fierce light flashed in Abao's eyes. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "You lead the way." "Chase." "Found it." Abao clenched his fist fiercely, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The target had appeared. He seemed to have sensed that Long Houchen was close at hand. After waiting for 5 years, Abao was finally about to face him. Although he was excited, he was also a little nervous. However, his confidence in himself did not waver. Faith was the foundation to defeat the opponent. If he was afraid before the battle, he had already lost half of the battle. The sky was a little dark at this time, and the evening red clouds left a touch of red in the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun looked gentle and peaceful, which was a sharp contrast to the ferocity in Abao's heart. Long Houchen. This name kept echoing in Abao's heart. Under his command, the 20 heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan members accelerated and chased towards the north. These 20 members of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan looked to be between 30 to 40 years old. Their faces were cold, and most of them looked ferocious. However, there was a vague sense of strength exuding from within. They were all members of Demon Emperor's Black Dragon Guard, and also the backbone of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. This time, in order to deal with Long Houchen, Demon Emperor had mobilized all the main forces of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. Perhaps due to the individual strength of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, it was very difficult for them to reproduce. There were only a little over 100 clansmen, and excluding the old and young, there were about 80 adult heaven-defying demon dragons. However, the lifespan of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan was very long, up to 1,000 years. Therefore, they could stay in their prime for a longer period of time. Although there weren't many of them, every adult heaven-defying demonic dragon was a powerhouse of the 9th step, and all of them could transform into humans. Adding their powerful heaven-defying demonic dragon bodies, their external spiritual energy exceeded 100,000. On the battlefield, the Demon God Emperor's Black Dragon Guards were the symbol of invincibility. All of a sudden, Abao felt his heart skip a beat. It was a strange feeling, and he subconsciously slowed down, as the Black Dragon Guard also slowed down. "Your Highness!" The commander of the Black Dragon Guard, Huang Shuo, called out in surprise. Demon Emperor was very clear about his son's temperament. Although Abao had become more stable as he grew older, it was hard to say if this operation concerned Long Houchen. Therefore, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu had specially sent Huang Shuo to accompany Abao. It was not only because Huang Shua's cultivation was strong, but more importantly, it was because of his steady character. With him assisting Abao, he would be able to adapt to any situation. Abao spoke in a low voice. My heartbeat just changed. Huang Shua was shocked. Abao had inherited the royal bloodline of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. His heartbeat changing was a warning sign. Stop! Huang Shua raised his hand, and at the same time he and Abao slowed down. The heaven-defying demon dragons, following behind, also slowed down and came to a stop. Abao narrowed his eyes, and at the same time he fully released his spiritual force, raising his perception to the highest level. As his spiritual force spread, he explored the surrounding situation. Although he was eager to fight with Long Haochen, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the demon emperor. He was born with powerful ruling power and wisdom. The appearance of the warning sign also awakened him from his inner world. Huang Shua came behind Abao and pressed his right hand on his back. Suddenly, the spiritual force of the two powerhouses merged into one, and they explored further. However, they still did not feel any movement. Did I sense it wrong? Abao looked at Huang Shua with some doubt. Huang Shua said in a low voice, "It's better to be cautious. Everyone, stay vigilant at all times." At this moment, a black light suddenly emerged from the back of the heaven-defying demon dragon team. It came out of thin air, and with a flash, it pierced the back of the head of the heaven-defying demon dragon at the back of the team. If it were an ordinary Type 9 powerhouse, they would have died before they could even make a sound. However, the heaven-defying demon dragons were the strongest race among the demons. The moment the back of the head was pierced, the black dragon guard screamed in pain, and his body lunged forward while releasing a powerful dark force. The black light flashed and disappeared in the air again, as if it had never appeared. The sudden change instantly made the atmosphere extremely tense. All the black dragon guards reacted immediately and quickly formed a circle, surrounding the heaven-defying demon dragon and Abao in the center. Everyone faced outwards. At the same time, a strong dark aura burst forth, instantly turning the area within a radius of several hundred square meters black. Not even the slightest spatial fluctuation could escape the detection of their dark aura. Huang Shua had already grabbed the black dragon guard who was attacked. Although the guard immediately retaliated after receiving the attack, the enemy's attack was too strong. It was from the lower part of the head, above the back of the neck. The head of the heaven-defying demon dragon was the hardest part of the body, and only the bones at the back of the neck were slightly thinner. The enemy clearly knew this, so he chose to attack this position. With just a touch, Huang Shua could feel that the stab had penetrated deep into the brain of the black dragon guard. There was still a thick, murderous aura at the edge of the wound, and there was no blood flowing out. This clansman was done for. Huang Shua's expression became extremely unsightly. He only had a few dozen black dragon Praetorian guards under his command, and every single one of them was a direct descendant of the Black Dragon clan. They were all true experts, but one of them had died in such an inexplicable manner. Since when did the humans have such a powerful assassin? Abao's eyes flashed coldly, but he was not angry. However, a chill still rose from his back. Just now, he and Huang Shua had already tried their best to scan the area in all directions, but the enemy was so close, yet they still couldn't discover him. One could imagine how terrifying this assassin's strength was. If he hadn't stopped in time and was surrounded by other Black Dragon Praetorian guards, perhaps that attack would have landed on him. Could he have avoided it? Abao could not give himself a definite answer. A purplish-black light began to emit from his chest, and then a thick layer of scales began to spread from his chest, covering his whole body in an instant. The other Black Dragon guards were the same, but the scales on Abao's body were much thicker than those of the other Black Dragon guards. On top of his head, a pair of curved horns extended, and his aura was extremely strong. This assassin could not be discovered by us, launch a fatal blow at close range, and escape unscathed. His cultivation must be above the 9th order level 5. But when did the humans have a 9th order level 5 assassin? Huang Shuo said in a deep voice. Because of his anger, his hands were trembling slightly. One of his clansmen had died. That was 1% of the heaven-defying demon dragon strength. What would the demon emperor think of him? A Bao said, "Now is not the time to analyze whether the humans should have such a strong expert. The enemy has appeared. Everyone be careful." At this moment, the nervousness in his heart had actually decreased a bit. With so many black dragon imperial guards on full alert, even a demon god emperor wouldn't be able to get close without being discovered. Moreover, after using the dragon body armor, their defensive power had greatly increased. This dragon body armor's defensive power was comparable to a human's epic grade armor, and it was the most powerful self-defense ability of the heaven, defying demonic dragons. Huang Shuo first put the corpse of his clansman into a storage magic tool, then said in a deep voice, "The assassin has already left." He retreated after a single strike. What a super assassin! Crown Prince, I'm afraid we're in trouble. I suggest we rest here and wait for His Majesty's army to arrive. Otherwise, we can't be on guard all the time. Once we give the enemy a chance, he will definitely attack again. A Bao shook his head and said, "No, we are the vanguard. Not only did we fail to stop Long Haochen and the others, we haven't even figured out their specific movements. If we stop like this, what's the point of us being the vanguard? Everyone, be careful and continue on our way." Huang Shuo also knew that the possibility of him persuading a Bao to stay was not high. However, one of his clansmen had already died. If the assassin appeared again and killed 1 or 2 more clansmen, the demon emperor would definitely be furious. Seeing Huang Shuo's hesitant expression, a Bao frowned slightly and said, "Commander Huang, are you afraid?" A trace of anger flashed in Huang Shuo's eyes as he said, "Of course, I'm not afraid. However, Your Highness, every one of our clansmen is the most precious treasure for His Majesty and you in the future. I don't wish for them to take risks." A Bao coldly snorted and said, "I know that a powerful assassin hiding in the dark is very dangerous. However, if we cower because of this, we will only fall into the enemy's trap. If I'm not wrong, Long Haochen left this assassin here to delay our pursuit so that his subordinates can have a chance to escape. Their attack has already reached Tianluo province. It's obvious that they have been in a constant state of battle for the past few days. The army is already exhausted. We absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity. Moreover, that assassin has already killed one of our clansmen. Only by continuing forward can we lure him out and avenge our clansmen." Huang Shuo frowned and said, "I reserve my opinion." A Bao unyieldingly said, "Your duty is only to assist me. Don't forget that I'm the commander of the vanguard. Continue forward and maintain the defense of the dragon armor." As he spoke, he left the circle in a flash and continued to fly forward. Although Huang Shuo had a different opinion from a Bao, he could only lead the black dragon guards to follow after him when he saw that a Bao was really going to continue forward. All of a sudden, a Bao, who had just flown out, stopped in the air and looked ahead. When Huang Shuo saw that he had stopped, he thought that he had sensed the presence of the assassin again. He hurriedly came to his side. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black light spread out, causing the place where he and a Bao were standing to look like a black hole. This was Huang Shuo's domain. Po wasn't attacked, but his eyes were looking straight towards a certain direction. Huang Shuo followed his eyes and looked over, and his pupils instantly shrank intensely. In the distance, a white speck of light floated quietly in the air. If one looked at it casually, it would just be a speck of light. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that it was a human sitting on a chair. Before Huang Shuo could speak, a Bao let out a deep roar. The next moment, a purplish-black flame spurted out from his back, and he rushed thousands of meters away in an instant. The figure floating in the air was getting closer and closer. He was dressed in a white outfit, and his handsome face was even incomparable to the moon demon Agar's. His hands were placed on the left and right armrests of the huge throne. Under his left hand was a dragon head, and under his right hand was a 12-winged angel. A white light enveloped him and the huge throne like a white ball of light. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Long Houchin looked at the rapidly approaching Abao and said with a smile. His voice wasn't loud, but every black dragon Praetorian guard could hear him clearly. Puss stopped when he was 200 meters away from Long Houchin. The calmness that he had shown before had completely disappeared. He clenched his fists so hard that popping sounds could be heard. All of his muscles and bones seemed to be expanding. "It's been 5 years since we last met. How are you, Your Highness?" Long Houchin sat on the eternal and creator throne of God, and he had no intention of getting up. "Good. I'm very good, thanks to you." Abao's voice was cold and deep. Behind him, the purplish-black light was constantly increasing, rising in a fan shape. That was his strong fighting spirit. Long Houchin smiled faintly and said, "I know you were not convinced by your defeat back then. Today, I will make sure you are convinced." Abao said coldly, "I don't understand why my father values you so much, but I believe that if I bring your dead body to him, he will be very happy." Long Houchin said, "Emperor Mi has already killed me once. If you are really capable, then please." The purple light in Abao's eyes intensified. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Huang Shua. "Get out of the way!" Abao shouted angrily. Huang Shua said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, he is definitely not alone here. Don't be fooled. We don't know where the hidden killer is. We have to be careful. His Majesty said that we don't have to fight Long Houchin with all our strength. As long as we can stall him, our mission will be accomplished. Get out of the way." Abao's cold voice was heard again. This time, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The purplish-black light behind him had completely condensed into the shape of a huge, purplish-black dragon's head. Huang Shua's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively moved to the side. Abao did not rush towards Long Houchin immediately. He stared coldly at the person he regarded as his greatest opponent in his life and said in a deep voice, "Long Houchin, it has been 5 years since we last met. I know that the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters must be nearby. However, this is a battle between you and me. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Long Houchin finally stood up from the throne of God of eternity and creation. He looked at Abao and nodded seriously. "You are right. This is a battle between us, one-on-one." "One-on-one." Abao roared. His body instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown to over 3 meters tall. As his muscles expanded rapidly, the dragon armor on his body also expanded rapidly. Purplish-black spikes constantly protruded from his joints. The 2 horns on his head also had a spiral pattern. A purplish-red halo appeared beneath Abao's feet. His aura instantly rose to its peak. The tyrannical aura caused the black dragon guards behind him to subconsciously retreat by dozens of meters. The aura of the heaven-defying demon dragon on Abao's body was what they feared the most. At this moment, in the distant sky, figures appeared one after another from different directions. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the central area. There was a total of 9 of them. They surrounded the area from afar. Huang Shua immediately saw Kai, who was holding the grim Reaper scythe. "It's her? The assassin just now was her?" As the commander of the Black Dragon Guards, Huang Shua was not only the most trusted clansman of the Demon Emperor, but also the strongest member of the Black Dragon Guards. His perception was also very strong. With just a glance, he could immediately sense who was the strongest member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Kai, Ur's cultivation was clearly not much weaker than his. It was very likely that she had broken through to the 9th Order Level 5. Furthermore, she was also an assassin. 2 against 1, go. Huang Shua growled and gave the order to attack. The number of Light of Dawn monster hunters had increased, but this made Huang Shuo feel relieved. The demon's upper echelons were aware of the performance of Long Haochen and his monster hunters in the temple tournament. Therefore, the Light of Dawn monster hunters were listed as the most dangerous opponents. Huang Shuo naturally knew about them. Now that all the Light of Dawn monster hunters had appeared, and Long Haochen had said that he would challenge the Crown Prince to a duel, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to deal with the Light of Dawn monster hunters. However, to be on the safe side, he did not make a move in the end and stood guard not far from Abao. The 18 Black Dragon Praetorian Guards turned into 18 black lights and rushed in 9 different directions at the same time. Their figures were like lightning, and as they flew, their bodies also expanded against the wind. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, and unexpectedly, all of them were epic, grade, dark attribute equipment. The 9 members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters turned around and ran without hesitation, instantly increasing the distance between them and Long Haochen. Huang Shuo's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that they want to split up and destroy them? However, besides Long Haochen and the others in the dragon-resisting pass, only the Knight of the Seal could pose a threat to his clansmen. Moreover, it was in a one-on-one situation. But why would they all come here? No, this was impossible. The Knights Templars must be guarded by a Knight of the Seal. Huang Shuo's calm personality made him immediately change his order. He ordered all the Black Dragon Praetorian Guards to maintain a distance of no more than 50 kilometers, and if they encountered a powerful enemy attack, they were to immediately send a signal for help. Just as he was arranging all these, Huang Shuo suddenly felt a chill behind him. He rushed forward almost without hesitation, and at the same time his body rotated rapidly in the air. He raised his right hand, and a pitch-black saber slashed behind him as if it really cut through the air. A black light also appeared in the air silently and just happened to hit the tip of his saber. Ding! With a crisp sound, Huang Shuo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and he only felt an ice-cold aura instantly enter his body through the long saber in his hand. Although his long saber was also a treasure, and it filtered a lot of that ice-cold aura, that seemingly solid chill still invaded his body, and in the next moment it exploded. Murderous aura. There is actually an assassin who can force murderous aura into my body? Huang Shuo turned pale with fright, and at the same time he fully unleashed his domain. As the strongest of the Black Dragon Guards, he had a unique way of controlling his domain. He didn't spread his domain outwards, but instantly formed a layer of black protective shield to cover himself. The black shield was like a black crystal eggshell, firmly protecting Huang Shuo within it. After the black light launched the attack, it quietly disappeared into the air. Cold sweat flowed down Huang Shuo's forehead. It wasn't Kai Er. The assassin just now was definitely not the Kai Er who lured his clansmen away, but it was definitely an existence that killed one of his clansmen in a second. Her assassination was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Huang Shuo's instinctive reaction that made him rush forward at the first instance, he was afraid that the opponent would have succeeded in the sneak attack. Even so, his whole body was still raging with that ice-cold, murderous aura, not only from the long saber, but also from the back of his head. After he released his domain, he only felt a chill at the back of his head. Obviously, if he had moved even half a beat slower, he would have undoubtedly died. What terrified him the most was the assassin's mysteriousness. After the attack, she didn't stop and didn't continue to attack. She just broke through the space and disappeared. He couldn't sense the assassin's position at all. How could such an opponent not make him shudder? For a moment, he couldn't care less about the other 18 clansmen. He focused his attention on sensing the minute changes in his surroundings, constantly changing his position in the air in fear that the assassin would strike again. No matter what, his life was the most important. The battle between Long Haochen and Abao had already begun long before Huang Shuo was attacked. A purple great sword appeared in Abao's hand. This purple great sword looked very special because the light it was flashing was actually a gradual change that Long Houchen had never seen before. A gradual change of purple. If this gradual change of purple color was from the inside to the outside, it wouldn't be obvious. On the contrary, the color of this purple greatsword was from the inside to the outside, which was unusually obvious and full of deterrence. The purple greatsword brought a magnificent brilliance in the air, but in the next moment the brilliance disappeared, and Abao's body had already appeared behind Long Houchen. At this moment, a series of clanging sounds rang in the air. What a fast speed! Long Houchen was taken aback. With Yu Ye's reminder, he already had a high estimation of Abao, but he still didn't expect Abao's strength to be so strong. At the moment when he dodged, a green light had already shot out from Long Houchen's chest. The gentle green directly sucked Long Houchen's sun-moon divine snail shield in front of him, and only then did he block Abao's attack. Otherwise, if Long Houchen was unprepared, even if he could block this attack, he would still suffer a little. The aura of the divine throne of eternity and creation instantly skyrocketed, causing Abao, who had just finished his attack and was preparing to launch another attack, to pause for a moment. Then he saw the 13 balls of light instantly fuse with Long Houchen. With the armor of eternity on his body, an eternal sword appeared in Long Houchen's hand. Emerald green, 7-colored, and white. 3 balls of light slowly circled around his body. The eyes of the dragon heads and the 12-winged angels on his left and right shoulder armor were shining, as if they were all staring at Abao. This is the throne of God of eternity and creation. Abao asked coldly. Long Houchen nodded and said, "It seems that you have indeed improved a lot these few years. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the 9th order, and the strength of your body is also at the 4th level of the 9th order. Only the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan can achieve this." Chapter 286. For the current Long Houchen, his internal spiritual power of level 9 wasn't scary. What was scary was that his external spiritual power was also level 9. Abao's terrifying speed didn't come from his internal spiritual power, but from his body. "Are you afraid?" Abao said coldly. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Why don't you try and you'll know?" As he spoke, his body suddenly became a little illusory. Abao moved his body subconsciously, and a purplish-red halo suddenly lit up under his feet, causing his dragon armor to completely turn purplish-red. He pointed the giant purple sword in his hand in the air, and unexpectedly, another 2A Bao appeared on both sides of his body, and they looked exactly the same as his original body. Doppelganger? This seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhang Fangfang's second spiritual stove of life. The 3A Bao's bodies flickered, but they didn't attack Long Houchen from different directions. Instead, the 3 of them formed a sharp triangle and rushed towards Long Houchen. The 3 giant purple swords were raised above his head at the same time, and only the one in the center had a gradual light. It was obvious that Abao didn't intend to hide his original body from Long Houchen. Ding! The eternal sword was raised, and it blocked the 3 giant purple swords, but it only made a sound. Suddenly, a strong aura of life burst out from Long Houchen's body, and then the eternal sword in his hand turned jade green. Thousands of rays of jade light burst out, and all 3A Baos were engulfed in it. At this moment, Abao felt like his body was sucked into a huge jade green waterfall, and the feeling of being unable to resist shocked him. Just like how Long Houchen underestimated him, he also underestimated Long Houchen. Eternal 3 swords, all things awakened. Of the 3 glowing orbs surrounding Long Houchen, the emerald light orb had completely fused with the eternal sword. The emerald light lasted in the air for a full 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. Abao reappeared 300 meters in front of Long Houchen. He looked a little disheveled. His 2 clones had disappeared, and there were at least 20 crisscrossing burn marks on his dragon armor. "You're no match for me." Long Houchen raised his head slightly and looked down at his opponent. A bow snorted disdainfully and said, "It's too early to say that. Do you think you can hurt me with this level of attack?" As he spoke, the purplish-red halo beneath his feet flashed again. The instant his dragon armor turned purplish-red, all the scars on the dragon armor disappeared. What a strange domain! Long Houchen smiled. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, nor did he take the initiative to attack. This time, the purplish-red light didn't fade. Abao's eyes gradually turned the same color, and the dragon wings on his back slowly spread open. The sky behind him turned completely purplish-red. Then a monstrous pressure burst forth from the purplish-red light. Long Houchen was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure, and his body was pushed thousands of meters away by the pressure. The throne of God of Eternity and Creation automatically emitted a foot-thick white light, protecting Long Houchen's body from being affected by the pressure. Not far away, a pitch-black figure flashed and disappeared 100 meters behind Huang Shuo. She was actually forced out of her hiding space by the pressure. Although she immediately retreated and hid herself again, it was clear how terrifying the pressure was. "Supreme artifact," Long Houchen blurted out. Abao had really surprised him again. The purplish-red light in Abao's eyes burned like flames, and in the middle of the pitch-black space behind him, a purplish-red light pillar also lit up. The thick light pillar had a diameter of more than a mile. The moment it appeared, the originally bright sky instantly turned dark. The moment the huge light pillar rose, the sun seemed to have been shot down and disappeared without a trace. The huge purplish-red light pillar was engraved with countless strange runes. Most importantly, there was a purplish-red giant dragon crawling on top of the huge light pillar. The terrifying pressure even caused the air to collapse and the sky to distort. The appearance of this huge pillar gave people a strong sense of shock. "This is the Demon Emperor's demon god pillar?" Long Houchen was shocked. Could it be that Abao had already inherited the Demon Emperor's position? No, that's not right. The Demon Emperor's heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was completely black gold, and it was much larger than this purplish-red pillar in front of him. However, this purplish-red pillar was clearly emitting the same aura as the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. "You didn't expect this, did you, Long Houchen?" Abao looked coldly at his opponent in the distance. The heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, flickering with purplish-red light behind him, gave him unprecedented confidence. "I am the inheritor of the Demon Emperor, the future 7th Demon Emperor of the demons. Father Emperor has given me a part of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar's power. Although I can only use the mirror image of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I can still use 1/3 of its power to deal with you. That's enough." His right hand held the purple sword, and his left hand pointed to the sky. Suddenly, a purplish-red light fell from the sky from the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar and instantly fell on Abao's body. The purplish-red giant dragon on the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar seemed to come to life. It roared and pounced on Abao. The thick purplish-red light caused the surrounding air to shatter and explode. In an instant, a purplish-red armor appeared on Abao's body, which was covered with the dragon body armor. This purplish-red armor seemed to be related to dragons. The helmet was a dragon's mouth, and every part of his body was covered with thick dragon scales. His shoulders were 2 huge dragon claws, and the purplish-red light flowed. This armor seemed to be alive. Even his purple sword was covered with a layer of purplish-red scales. Long Houchen didn't attack Abao during this transformation. He just watched quietly. This was only 1/3 of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar's power. If the Demon Emperor was here, his power would only be more terrifying. At this time, the ability Abao displayed just happened to let Long Houchen personally experience the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. After being covered by the purplish-red light, Abao's entire temperament changed. A terrifying aura rose in a straight line. Around his body, purplish-red lightning flashed, densely forming a purplish-red electric net. The combination of darkness and lightning. This was the true power of the heaven-defying demon, dragon royalty. At the same time, Long Houchin made a judgment and pointed the eternal sword in his hand at Abao. Suddenly, a white light broke through the darkness of the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar and fell on Abao's body. Light of judgment. Abao looked coldly at Long Houchin, but he didn't even move to block. With a loud bang, white light splashed, but he raised his purple dragon-shocking sky sword at Long Houchin as if nothing had happened. At this moment, crystal-clear, milky white light also burst out from Long Houchin's body. Eternal domain. As Abao's expression changed slightly, the white light almost instantly illuminated the world behind Long Houchin. The white light dispelled a large part of the darkness brought by the purplish-red light, and forcibly formed a confrontation with the terrifying aura of the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar. In the next moment, Long Houchin and Abao moved almost at the same time. Two figures in the air collided with each other at the border of the two domains. Boom! At the moment when the eternal sword and the purple dragon-shocking sky sword collided, the whole world seemed to collapse, and the whole world appeared in an instant of darkness and whiteness. In the distance, Huang Shu'a instantly retreated. Although the powerful assassin could appear at any time, he couldn't care less. After activating the power of the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar, Abao's strength was completely above him. Coupled with the power of the eternal and creation throne of God under the activation of Long Houchin, the instantaneous explosion was too terrifying. Neither Long Houchin nor Abao was repelled by the terrifying power. The purplish-red giant sword and the white giant sword seemed to stick together in the air. Long Houchin and Abao also faced each other at such a close distance. The power of darkness and light collided with each other, and neither side gave way. The eternal domain and Abao's heaven-defying demon god domain also fully collided. This was a pure competition of strength. Both sides fully combined their equipment, external spiritual power and internal spiritual power, to resist the opponent's pressure. Abao's external spiritual power was completely above Long Houchin's, but now he was the one with a ferocious expression. Long Houchin held the eternal sword with both hands and floated there unmoving like a mountain. No matter how hard Abao activated his own power, he couldn't push him back. However, Long Houchin didn't press forward either. He just stared at Abao with a burning gaze, allowing the power of both sides to fully collide. Huang Shu'a nervously guarded against the assassin that could appear at any time. At the same time, he paid attention to the battle between Long Houchin and Abao. He could see that although Abao had activated part of the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar's power, his overall cultivation seemed to be inferior to Long Houchin's. However, for some reason, Long Houchin didn't seem to be giving it his all. The intense situation caused Huang Shu'a, the commander of the Black Dragon Guards, to forget the most important thing, which was the fate of the other Black Dragon Guards. Speaking of which, he couldn't be blamed. After the eternal domain and the heaven-defying demon god domain collided, all the spiritual power within a radius of tens of miles was strongly disrupted. Even if he wanted to contact his clansmen, it would be difficult, not to mention that there was an extremely terrifying assassin beside him. As the battle between Long Houchin and Abao began, the Black Dragon Guards who were in charge of chasing the Light of Dawn monster hunters also took action. Among them, the Black Dragon Guards, who were chasing after Yang Wenjiao and Duan, he had the easiest time. Yang Wenjiao got off the Starlight Unicorn, spread his wings, and fled into the distance at full speed. However, in terms of speed, the Starlight Unicorn was still far from the heaven-defying demon dragon. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. The heaven-defying demon dragon was the #1 race among the demons. Individually, they were powerful. Coupled with the demon emperor's strong control over the demons, they were all arrogant. After chasing Yang Wenjiao for a while, the two Black Dragon secret guards realized that Yang Wenjiao's cultivation was much lower than they had imagined. The starlight unicorn he was riding on was at most at the threshold of the 8th order. For a knight, the strength of his mount companion would increase along with his cultivation, unless he chose a low-level mount from the start. Although the possibility of the starlight unicorn reaching the 9th stage was very small, the powerful starlight unicorn could reach the peak of the 8th stage when it matured. Yang Wenjiao's mount, no matter how you looked at it, had just reached the 8th stage. This meant that Yang Wenjiao's cultivation could not possibly be at the 9th stage. The Black Dragon Guards were all 9th stage powerhouses, and their external spiritual energy was over 100,000. As the 2 Black Dragon Guards got closer, the disdain in their hearts grew stronger. Was such a weak human worth both of them attacking together? Yang Wenjiao looked back at them, seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, and he was about to enter the enemy's attack range. He seemed to be getting anxious. He urged the starlight unicorn to quickly descend, and it just so happened that there was a forest below. Trying to escape with the help of the forest, the 2 Black Dragon Guards couldn't help but reveal savage and cruel expressions. One of them raised his right hand, and a pitch-black ball of light was already descending toward the forest below. The ball of light exploded about 100 meters away from the forest, and a layer of black mist shrouded the area below. In an instant, large swathes of the forest began to wither and corrode, turning into a patch of black and disappearing. The starlight unicorn seemed to be startled. Its wings became a little unsteady, and it suddenly plummeted. The 2 Black Dragon Guards didn't suspect anything, and sped up at the same time to kill the human so that they could report back. The starlight unicorn suddenly flapped its wings when it was less than 50 meters away from the ground. At the same time, Yang Wenjiao's body shone with a golden light as he injected his own spirit energy into the starlight unicorn's body to help it stabilize its body and regain control of its balance. However, this also greatly affected his speed. The 2 Black Dragon Praetorian Guards quickly approached him. They did not even bother to use their weapons. The Black Dragon Praetorian Guard on the left waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion at Yang Wenjiao. Suddenly, a huge black dragon claw shadow formed in midair. It was nearly 10 meters wide and went straight for Yang Wenjiao and the starlight unicorn. Yang Wenjiao suddenly turned around. In each of his hands, there was a heavy sword that was flickering with an orange-red luster. The golden sword turned into a faint mist of light and instantly burst forth, making him look like a giant sun on the back of the starlight unicorn. Glory of the Holy Sun. This was a legacy skill that originated from Yang Haohen, the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templar's defense and coordination. The light of the glory of the Holy Sun was so intense that the 2 Black Dragon Guards felt a burning pain all over their bodies, and they temporarily lost their vision. The 2 Black Dragon Guards attacked Yang Wenjiao at almost the same time, but Yang Wenjiao retracted the starlight unicorn's wings and fell to the ground like a free fall, causing the 2 Black Dragon Guards' attacks to hit nothing but air. At the same time, 6 light spots of different colors flew out from the forest below from 6 different directions. The 6 light spots instantly intertwined in the air to form a huge magic array, which enveloped the 2 Black Dragon Guards who had temporarily lost their vision. The Black Dragon Guards were indeed the most powerful force under the Demon Emperor. When their attacks missed, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The 2 Black Dragon Guards held hands and let out a roar at the same time. With a loud dragon roar, the shadows of 2 huge black dragons instantly circled around their bodies, protecting them. Before they could see again, they did not hesitate to use their strongest defensive skill, the demonic dragon's barrier. Moreover, it was cast by the 2 of them together, so one could imagine how powerful their defense was. Unfortunately, they did not know what kind of opponent they were facing. The 6 figures instantly appeared in 6 different directions, representing blue water, red fire, green wind, yellow earth, black darkness, and golden light. The 6 elements were gathered together. They were 6 powerful warriors with the soul of the strong burning in their eyes. The powerful skills from ancient times were unleashed in the next moment. The 6 lights instantly intertwined, and the 6-colored hexagram formed by them instantly shone brightly. The 6 powerful warriors were like 6 intertwining stars in the hexagram. The creator of this magic array was the divine law of necromancy, Calamity Necromancer Electrolux. Its name was the elemental dove. In the instant that the formation was activated, the 6 powerhouses had already disappeared. The 6-colored rays of light instantly formed an outline. When the final point connected, a huge light pillar in the shape of a 6-pointed star soared into the sky, completely engulfing the bodies of the 2 black dragon guards who were using the demonic dragon's armor. By this time, it was too late for the black dragon guards to react. The black dragon's barrier instantly turned 6-colored. Next, it was followed by their sturdy bodies that did not have unlimited defense. Below, Yang Wenjiao, who had already regained control of his body, looked at the 6-colored hexagram rising high into the sky. His heart could not help but race. What a terrifying power! At the same time, he swung his right fist with all his might. It was done. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi had recently reached the bottleneck of the 8th Order and were about to break through to the 9th Order. With the help of the Dagger Vanguard, they felt that they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Looking at the elemental dove in the sky, Yang Wenjiao felt that he had grasped the most important point. Duan Yi's experience was almost the same as Yang Wenjiao's. However, he did not have the Starlight Unicorn as a mount. Hence, when he escaped, his speed was slower. Therefore, the only difference between him and Yang Wenjiao was that he used his shield to block an attack from the Black Dragon Guards. He was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he also accelerated his fall. Facing the 2 Black Dragon Guards were 6 magicians. The magic version of the elemental dove was even more terrifying than the warrior version. This was because it was slightly weaker in terms of attack power, but it could appear from a long distance. They were both at the 9th Order. In terms of physical strength and weapons, the Holy Guards from the Tower of Eternity were no match for the Black Dragon Guards. However, in terms of battle experience, teamwork, and the combination of attributes, the Holy Guards had the upper hand. Even in a one-on-one situation, it would not be easy for the Black Dragon Guards to kill the Holy Guards, let alone when it was 6 against 2. Come on, chase after me. I'm so scared. Lin Xian flew in front while teasing the 2 Black Dragon Guards who were chasing after him. He was a magician. Although his flying speed was quite good, it was still inferior to the 2 defiant demon dragons who were born with the ability to fly. However, the 2 Black Dragon Guards could not catch up to him, because above Lin Xian's head there was an azure sun condensing, and fireballs were constantly flying out. They didn't seem powerful, but they flew extremely far, far beyond the attack range of the heaven-defying demonic dragon. Moreover, the explosive power was tyrannical, and the temperature was strangely high, to the point that the 2 Black Dragon Imperial Guards couldn't close the distance between them even after being provoked by him. Among the Black Dragon Guards, there were strong and weak ones. Perhaps Lin Xian was unlucky, but among the 2 Black Dragon Guards chasing him, one was a 9th Order Level 2, and the other was a 3rd Order Level 9 Domain Master. After a series of provocations, the 2 Black Dragon Guards were enraged. The 3rd Order Level 9 Black Dragon Guard roared at the sky, and with a shake of his body, he revealed his true form. A huge black dragon, over 30 meters long, appeared in midair, its purplish-red eyes glinting fiercely. Its companion immediately rode on the defiant demon dragon's back, and the demon dragon flapped its wings and charged at Lin Xian at full speed. A layer of pitch-black light spread out from his body at the same time he launched his charge, forming a huge dragon that was over 100 meters long. This was the defiant Demon Dragon Clan's signature domain, the Demon Dragon's Domain. Almost 70% of the defiant demon dragons were able to comprehend this domain. With the Demon Dragon's Domain opening the way, The effect of Lin Xian's heart flame bursting fireball was completely nullified. It exploded on the demon dragon's domain, but could not advance an inch. Seeing that the enemies were getting closer, Lin Xian's smile grew wider. He said, "I'm so scared." That's not right. I have medicine. What's there to be scared of? Two figures appeared behind Lin Xian silently. At the same time, Lin Xian threw a pill into his mouth. Then the two black dragon guards saw the most shocking scene in their lives. The blue sun above Lin Xian's head suddenly expanded. In just a few breaths' time, it turned into a huge blue ball of light with a diameter of 100 meters. The blazing temperature turned the air into water, and even the two defiant demon dragons could not see Lin Xian's figure clearly. They had no idea what Lin Xian had done. However, in the next moment, a huge dragon had emerged from the huge blue sun with a diameter of 100 meters. The dragon head was naturally blue. Just the length of its head was the same as the length of the defiant demon dragon when it used the demon dragon's domain. How thick was a huge dragon head that was 100 meters long? It almost occupied the entire blazing sun in the sky. Its fiery eyes stared at the rapidly approaching, defiant demon dragon. The blue flames burned wildly, as if it was angered by the defiant demon dragon's provocation. The two black dragon guards felt that something was wrong. The one who had transformed into a defiant demon dragon turned around and wanted to run. However, a huge suction force ruined their chances of escape. The huge blue dragon had opened its mouth and made a swallowing motion. Within a 10-kilometer radius, countless tiny specks of light suddenly appeared. They were all formed by the condensation and manifestation of the fire element. These tiny specks of light were like rivers flowing into the sea as they flew towards the gigantic blue flame dragon head, which was swallowing the dragon head whole. They could not run, but the defiant demon dragon was powerful. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other black dragon guard also roared and transformed into a giant dragon. He and his partner desperately flapped their wings in an attempt to break free from the blue dragon head's control. They could not even muster the slightest intention to fight back. This was because the aura emitted by the blue dragon head was at least the standard of a Tier 9 or Level 6. It was completely beyond the scope of their resistance. Under the joint efforts of the two heaven-defying demonic dragons, they seemed to be escaping from the suction force bit by bit. However, because they were escaping, their backs were facing the terrifying dragon head, so they did not see that the huge blue dragon head was getting brighter and brighter. Not good. The two black dragon guards roared in their hearts at the same time. They could not see behind them, but they could feel the change in temperature. Just as fear appeared in their hearts, the terrifying suction force suddenly disappeared, and the entire space seemed to freeze for a moment. Next, a huge blue fireball with a diameter of nearly 100 meters became the background of the two black dragon guards, who said that the fireball spell was a low-level spell. It depended on the size and the degree of condensation. The two defiant demon dragons were like two little bugs as they were swallowed by the huge blue fireball. The fireball flew straight forward and soared for a full kilometer before it bloomed in the sky with a brilliance more dazzling than the sun, completely turning the sky blue. The huge dragon head slowly shrank, and the holy sun domain disappeared. Lin Xian and the two figures behind him reappeared in the sky. Feeling the dense fire elements in the air, the two eternal heroes beside Lin Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even with their thousands of years of experience, they had never seen such a terrifying fireball, and this fireball was created by them with Lin Xian's help. Little Lin, your holy sun spell is really terrifying. The two eternal heroes who appeared beside Lin Xian were the wind and water magicians. The one who spoke was the wind magician who wanted to pass on the inheritance to Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled and said, "I didn't know that it would be so fun to become stronger. Thank you, seniors." The water magician chuckled and said, I'm more curious about the fact that this conjoined spirit-enhancing pill you refined is actually effective on us necromancers. Lin Xan said proudly, "They all call me Brother Medicine. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Boss and the others, but when it comes to refining medicine, I'm the strongest in the group. As long as there's spiritual power, the effect of my conjoined spirit-enhancing pill can be released." The two eternal heroes were powerhouses at the 5th rank of the 9th rank. Under their joint enhancement, although Lin Xian could not bear their full strength due to his body, he still managed to raise his cultivation to the terrifying level of the 7th rank of the 9th rank. The power of the Holy Sun domain and the Holy Sun spell was naturally greatly amplified, resulting in the terrifying scene just now. The 18 eternal heroes, the 12 holy guards, the 9 members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, and the Light Elf King Yiting. Long Houchen's overall strength was at least double that of a Bao's. Under such circumstances, how could a Bao and his vanguard have any chance? The reason why only the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters appeared on the battlefield was to show the enemy that they were weaker than they were. If it was a head-on collision, the enemy would run away when they saw that they were not strong enough. With the strength of the Black Dragon Guards, it would not be a problem for at least half of them to run away. Long Houchen's goal was to wipe them all out. Every Black Dragon Guard killed was equivalent to weakening the strength of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan by 1%. How could Long Houchen let such a good opportunity slip by? Naturally, it was not only these 3 directions that attacked. Battles broke out in every direction that the Black Dragon Guards were pursuing, and all of them ended in overwhelming fashion. The failure of the vanguard could not be blamed entirely on a Bao and Huang Shuo. How could they have imagined that Long Houchen was in control of such a huge force? According to the demon's estimation of the humans, the total number of Stage 9 powerhouses of the human race did not exceed 200, and they had to defend the 6 temples. The main force of Long Houchen's raid this time was the Light of Dawn monster hunters. At most, there would be a few more Stage 9 powerhouses of the Knights Templars. However, the Knights Templars still had to defend themselves, and the army could not retreat without a commander. Therefore, Huang Shuo thought that even if Long Houchen had an ambush, it would not be a big threat to the Black Dragon Guards. At the very least, they would have no problem retreating. It had been 6,000 years since the establishment of the Black Dragon Guards. They were almost invincible on the Holy Demon continent, so Huang Shuo had been a little careless. How could he know that Long Houchen had brought almost the strongest force of the human race this time? Even the Light of Dawn monster hunters themselves were not something that they could take down. The 12 holy guards and the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If Long Houchen went all out, he would definitely be able to defeat this vanguard of the demons. Moreover, among the forces that Long Houchen had brought this time, the most terrifying ones were the eternal heroes who had been asleep for thousands of years. Among the 18 eternal heroes, 2 were at level 7 of the 9th order, and the rest were all at level 5 of the 9th order and above. Each of them had a tyrannical cultivation base. Such a force had the terrifying power to reverse the situation on any battlefield. During the First Holy War, the Demon Emperor had a premonition that there was a powerful force hidden in the human race that had never been used. Even someone at the level of the Demon Emperor felt apprehensive, which showed how terrifying the overall strength of the eternal heroes was. Regardless of whether it was Xiaohua or Xu Yongxiao, they were both old but firm, powerful, and wise. In the previous battles, they had spent most of their time hiding behind the members of the Bright Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad. Therefore, even if there was news from the front lines, it would be very difficult for the demons to know that there was actually such a powerful hidden force on the battlefield. At this time, the real prelude to the decisive battle had arrived, and it was the first time in history that the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan had suffered such a big loss. One-on-one, the Eternal Heroes could easily defeat the Black Dragon Guards with their tyrannical cultivation base, not to mention that they were hidden at the side and lying in ambush. Coupled with the strength of the members of the Light of Dawn, they had an overwhelming advantage. How could they lose? Bao and Long Houchin faced each other, the heavy swords of both sides still clashing with each other. Long Houchin stared coldly at Bao. He was not anxious at all. The stronger Bao's burst of power, the stronger his resistance. In the process of the confrontation between the heaven-defying demon divine territory and the eternal territory, distorted light was constantly produced, so much so that even Huang Shuo, who was far away, could not see the situation clearly. Bao clenched his teeth, and his body gradually emitted a layer of blood qi. Long Houchin was actually so powerful, he had already used all his strength. The heavenly purple dragon sword in his hand constantly burst out terrifying dark lightning, and under the enhancement of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, it frantically attacked Long Houchin's defense. However, Long Houchin did not move. No matter how much he increased his cultivation base, he still could not defeat his opponent. What level had Long Houchin's cultivation reached? Was it the enhancement of the eternal and creator throne of God? No matter what, I can't lose. The obsession in his heart made Bao more ferocious. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of dark purple blood sprayed on the heavenly purple dragon sword in his hand. Suddenly, the purple-red light soared, and the pressure on Long Houchin increased sharply. The purple dragon heaven-shocking sword was slowly pressing down, and the heaven-defying demon realm behind Bao also began to gradually condense. The huge, heaven-defying demon god pillar seemed to be falling down, and the pressure on the eternal domain gradually shrank. I must win, no matter what price I have to pay. This was the only thought in Bao's heart. Advantage! I finally have the advantage. Feeling the eternal sword being pushed back bit by bit, Bao was overjoyed. He subconsciously looked at Long Houchin. What he wanted to see the most was a look of panic and despair on Long Houchin's face. However, he was disappointed. What he saw was a pair of calm golden eyes, so calm that it was scary. It seemed that nothing in the world could shake this calmness. It's about time. Long Houchin's inexplicable words made Bao's heart clench. At this moment, he heard a strange sound. Thump, thump. A strong heartbeat suddenly sounded in Bao's ears. Before he could understand what was going on, a completely unstoppable force suddenly burst out from Long Houchin's eternal sword. Then his body was sent flying, and only stopped when he hit the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Long Houchin was still floating there. The battle between the eternal realm and the heaven-defying demon realm had returned to its previous state of balance. However, Bao's heart completely sank. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he knew that he was no match for Long Houchin. Even though he had used all his strength to hurt his origin, he was still sent flying by Long Houchin. Although his body was not seriously injured, the blow to his mind was unparalleled. Looking at the calm Long Houchin, Bao's emotions were extremely complicated. He roared fiercely, raised the purple dragon-shocking sky sword above his head, and spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. "Crown Prince, you can't." In the distance, Huang Shuo finally saw what happened when the two sides separated. His expression changed. Just as he was about to rush over to stop Bao from fighting Long Houchin, the black figure that had been quiet for a long time appeared silently again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared, one in front and one behind.